Hey guys, Sly here, and before we get into this video, I just want to let you guys know that this is actually a re-upload of a part of a series that I do on my Twitch channel called the SlytheWarrior Tierlists, where we pretty much rank a bunch of just random topics that I'm personally interested in. And so, because of that, these opinions are not set in stone for how I feel about in the current day. And so if you guys want a more updated version of that, feel free to either check out the DeviantArt link down below or tune in on my Twitch that will also be in the description, or check out my Discord where I occasionally post some more updated versions of how I feel about certain topics. And so do keep that in mind. And also make sure to check out the description of the video itself for the timestamps for the particular topic that is presented here. But in any event, I hope you guys do at least enjoy. I recommend you guys listen to this as either like a podcast form or as just something to play in the background. But in any event, hope you guys at least enjoy. Hey guys, Sly here, and welcome to yet another tier list video or stream or whatever you want to call this. So yeah, if I am going to be a little bit honest, I am kind of not prepared for this, but I ran out of time. So if I do stumble on a few things, I do apologize. But today is actually going to be a kind of an interesting stream, or at least in terms of just when it comes to these types of streams that we do. You know, these types of sub-podcasts, whatever you want to call them. And today we're actually going to be we are focusing on video games as just the overall broad topic of the particular tier list today, but we're not going to be focusing on like games themselves, but rather instead I thought it would be a good idea for us to do a little bit of a twist. How about we talk about the developers and the publishers themselves? Because we always focus on pretty much just the individual just games, right? Because you know, we just play them and we don't really think about the publishers, or at least we try not to think about them, right? Well, I think it's about time for us to really just sort of level each individual publisher and development studio, because the thing is that honestly, there's a lot of talent that does go into a lot of these games. Obviously, when it comes to a lot of the games that I play, I try to play games that at least are serviceable, or above that even exceeds beyond my personal expectations. Yeah, I know we've been kind of stumbling upon that recently, but at the end of the day, there is a reason why I try to play the credits as long as, like, for pretty much every single game that I play, or at least single player wise, simply just because of the fact that there's a lot of people who work on this. And let's just say, while there are definitely some studios that, you know, generally are pretty cool, there are some other studios and publishers that need to be called out on their bullshit. Like, they need to. Wow, that was not edited exactly how I wanted it to be. All right, yeah, but yeah, we need to knock them the fuck out, because like they deserve there are some studios that deserve the criticism. And honestly, I will just admit this right now, that this particular okay, we're good. Well, this is why I always try to come prepared. But whatever, it's fine. Well, regardless of just all that though, there are some studios that do need to be called out. And let's just say there are some studios that have really questionable ethics. And that's exactly what I'm going to lead into when it comes to exactly what we're determining at this. Because I will just specify this right now. There is no such thing as like a perfect studio. Like, at the end of the day, a lot of these companies and studios, a lot of them are basically just there to gain a profit. They don't really care about the consumer themselves, or at least a lot of the time. And what their motives are is through profit. That's basically what it boils down to. And because of that, this list is going to be a bit more harsh than a lot of my other lists. i.e. there's going to be very few studios that, in my opinion, would be up in A or S tier, if I'm gonna be honest. So, and they have to be called out. You have to call out the bullshit. When granted, I am slightly joking a little bit, but there are some studios that it really does surprise me that they're still around to this day. Like, especially with what's going on with actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. But okay, let's go over the qualifications for exactly what we're going to be ranking this. So we're going back to normal, typical ranking right here. So that's not out of the blue. Obviously, these are the rules and stipulations for this. So number one, okay, yeah, let's go over the rules for how we're judging things. So number one, these are granted drama. That is a factor, but the thing is that we're gonna try to make sure that we're basing it off both the talents that the studios have put into their games, but also just the general fact of like what games I like from each studio. Because if I'm gonna be honest, even like with like, you know, companies like EA, Activision, Ubisoft, yeah, no, they're like, you know, corporate cash, like they're trying to become corporate cash cows, or they try to make corporate cash cows. But the thing is that honestly, there are franchises from those studios that I actually, or from those publishers that I like. And so, and it's because of just what I personally like in a game and just the creativity of a lot of the games that they just so happen to be the publishers for. And so I'm mostly trying to base it off of that, while also with oh well, that was rule number 2 now I think about it. And then rule number 3, keeping in mind controversies involved with like a studio or whatever, like specifically like microtransactions, NFTs, like lawsuits, scandals, and all that fun stuff. So that will be kept in mind as well. You know, depending, like if a publisher gets too greedy and gets too involved, less with gameplay and more with just making a profit. Because again, I am someone who is of the belief that a game should come with the amount of content, like the amount of content in a game shouldn't be monetized at all. I grew up in the PlayStation 2 era. That was sort of like what a lot of people consider to be the last era of, you know, fully fledged gaming without it feeling like you're being nickel and dimed or whatever. And so that's what I try to argue with so many, and even like people that are like closer to my age and definitely younger than me have defended a lot of these microtransaction practices. I'm not going to be one of those people, and I'm going to expose the bullshit with so many of these companies here, because a lot of them have changed. And hell, even some of the ones that a lot of people meme on or talk shit about nowadays, like there was a time where so many of these studios actually were generally pretty good with what they were doing, and it seemed like at the time they actually cared about the player. Was it a charade back then? Maybe, but it didn't. At least like they tried to, you know, at least they attempted to, you know, make everything seem like they cared for the player. But nowadays, that's kind of a rarity. So, yeah. And that leads up into our final point, or our final rule, is it's all free game. We're not gonna leave out the AA or the indie studios out either. It's not just AAA, because there's some indie studios, like, okay, indie studios will give a little bit more of a pass considering that they are smaller, you know, developer teams. Hell, it might only just be one guy in certain situations. There's no studio that's only one guy in this tier list. It's at least like a team for each of these. But in terms of just leveling, depending on how, you know, what the games that they make are, in terms of whether they're indie games, AA games, or AAA games, that will be also determining whether or not I'll be more harsh or more fair for my ranking for some of these. Because here's the thing. There are some games that some of these studios have made that I will just be flat out honest, I don't think are completely warranted. Because you have to keep in mind that certain studios and like developer teams, they're not as big as, you know, like a Naughty Dog or a Nintendo or a Creative Assembly. Like they're like you can't base every single studio off of like a huge standard. Otherwise, you'll just be disappointed every single time. And that's what I feel like I've seen so many people just experience, at least for the past 5 years. Granted, I'm critical of shit from the past like 10, 11, 12 years, but at least I try to be more rational about it. And that's another thing why I'm doing this anyways, is because I want to be at least a little bit more nuanced when it comes to, you know, certain developer studios. So that's basically my point. Also, this is dead studios, defunct studios. Those are free game as well. You probably saw the list already. There were plenty of studios that are, or even publishers that just flat out don't exist anymore, or are just, you know, not as big as they were back in the 90s or the 2000s. And this is kind of my final rule that I forgot to put on here. I'm going to be focusing more on stuff from post-1989. Why? Because, again, this just mostly just comes from the fact that, like, if you can't tell, a lot of the stuff that I grew up with was basically 90s, 2000s, 2010s, and whatever came out in the 2020s so far. And that just is just not my era. Like, 70s and 80s, no disrespect. Well, kind of 80s, but that's just way too away from whenever, like, I'm used to. And also, like, if you can't tell, a lot of the people that I hang out with in, you know, just my friend group, we were kind of born between, like, the mid-90s and, like, the early 2000s. So, like, that's kind of where we were born, and as a result, that's just the stuff that we grew up with. So, no hard feelings. You know, NES, Atari 2600 games, Sega Master System, ColecoVision, all that fun stuff. But you're not going to be the focus on here. It's mostly stuff that came out post the release of the Sega Genesis. That's generally speaking what we'll be talking about when it comes to these studios. Also, most of these studios came out after that point anyways, so, and publishers. So, there you go. Just to try to make sure that we're not focusing too much on the olden days. So, and then ultimately, last thing I want to just say is that, like, if you disagree with me, that's fine, because at the end of the day, it's just my personal opinion. And again, this is probably going to be one of my least popular streams anyways, or just even tier list streams in general, considering that, let's just say there's definitely, like I was mentioning earlier, there's definitely a culture that just craves just talking shit about everything. And, like, saying, oh, everything this studio makes sucks. It's the worst gaming thing in the entire world. And it's like, I'm not one of those people. Like, there's more nuance than you think. So, again, this is not me defending corporations. This is just me defending video games as an art form. So, but regardless, I've been taking my sweet time talking about this, so let's just jump into this. And honestly, I think I'm just going to be doing this in alphabetical order, just so that we can speed things up a little bit, because my friend finally is available, and I want to see if I can talk to them. So, and this isn't going to be, hopefully this isn't going to be too long, so that'll be cool. So anyways, so yeah, no, let's get started with this. So, first up, we've got 2K. So, and one other thing I forgot to mention. So, a lot of games do kind of overlap between different developer and publisher studios. So, for example, let's say Duke Nukem, 3D Realms, and Gearbox, and Devolver Digital were involved with at least either publishing, distributing the game, or creating the game themselves. So if you hear a lot of, like, repeats of different games, that's why. It's because there's just a lot of overlap. I mean, hell, a lot of these game studios are literally subsidiaries of other studios, so, and other companies. So, yeah. But anyways, let's start off with 2K. Let's start off with honestly, a studio that, I mean, I don't want to hate 2K, because the thing is that, like, obviously 2K, a lot of the games that they're most known for would include BioShock, Borderlands, or at least publishing them. Yeah, BioShock, Borderlands, the Mafia games, the Civilization games, and the XCOM games, which you guys know how much I really like the XCOM games. I've yet to stream them even more, but God, I love XCOM 2. It's so good. And so, like, in that aspect, you know, they're pretty good. I don't think there has been a lot of controversies involving 2K, except for the elephant in the room, which it's not just them that's guilty of this, because EA does the same thing, which we'll get to them later. Actually, I'm going to turn off that fan. Yes, I'm wearing shorts. It's getting way too hot here, but yeah, EA's guilty of this too. The way that they treat their sports games, specifically NBA 2K, and the WWE wrestling games, no. Like, that can just burn in a fire. Granted, I'm a little bit biased because I am one of those people who just genuinely does not like, you know, sports at all, even like just sports games. So I am a little bit biased, but let's just say monetization and what I was saying about just microtransactions up the ass, that's where it just turns me off. And so because of that, despite them releasing actually a lot of really damn good games, or like publishing good games, I would put them in like the low B, high C tier. Like, they are probably the definition of the most mid-tier game publishers. Like, they're not good, obviously, because like I said, what they're doing with their NBA 2K games and WWE wrestling games is not good, like, at all. But because they are the publisher for Firaxis games and, you know, the Borderlands games and the BioShock games, that really does hold them up. So because of that, I will put them at a B tier. So that's just my opinion, though. All right, next up, 343 Industries. So, if you guys remember, I did a Halo tier list last year for our 1 anniversary for just overall, just doing the series, right? And I am pretty sure I put Halos 4 and 5 in, like, the lower tier. Yeah, I did put them in the lower tiers. And honestly, even with Halo Infinite, that really doesn't change my mind. Granted, Halo Infinite is definitely a better game overall compared to Halos 4 and 5. Like, at least in terms of its multiplayer. But the problem is that... Wow, there's a lot of notifications. Whatever. But the problem is that, like, in my opinion at least, it just does not have the content for me to give a shit about playing the game continuously. And I think that's just an overall problem that I have with 343 Studio Halo games, is that they just don't know what they want to do with Halo. And it's just frustrating to see, especially with how god-awful Halo 5's campaign was. Oh my god, it was bad. And my other big problem with 343 Studios is, and this is going to be a common pattern with a lot of the games that are on this, you know, or a lot of the studios that make games on this list, is that they are what I like to call one-trick pony studios. You guys know how much I don't like it whenever bands become one-trick ponies. There's a reason why I still fucking argue with Izzy's, now known as Kai, just to let everyone know. There's a reason why I still argue with them about Breaking Benjamin. I think that they are a definition of a one-trick pony band that does no change in their sound. And with 343, they not only are they stuck with trying to make the Halo games, but it just feels like that all they just do is just make Halo have an identity crisis. And they're basically just relegated to being known as the Halo studio. You know, like it just, I just wish they would at least branch out a little bit more outside of just making a Halo game. Like, dude, make something else. Like, if you can't, like if you're not able to, you know, commit to doing like an amazing Halo game, like, then that's fine. You can just make a difference. Oh, I know why. It's because Microsoft wants it to where there's at least one new Halo game per console. And this just so happened to be the one for the Xbox Series consoles, or Halo Infinite. And Halo 5 had to be for the freaking Xbox One. Damn. Well, in that case, I hate to do this to 343 because they don't seem terrible, but like at the same time, it's like, And also, what they did with Halo 5 in terms of microtransactions, again, irredeemable. And so, I hate to do this to them, but like, honestly, I would put them in F tier. I don't want to do this to them, but like, they are the definition of just a studio that does not seem like they know what the fuck they're doing. And this is coming from a huge Halo fan. And like I said, I like Halo Infinite's multiplayer, or at least mechanically. And the fact that I even have to bring up, you know, this is cool, but really just proves my point. So, I'm sorry, 343, but you're
It's not good.
Yeah. That makes me sad. So, again, I don't want to do that to them, but yeah. Alright, next up, 3D Realms. These are the Duke Nukem people. What else did they make? I've got a full list of like all the games so I can remind myself of exactly what they worked on. So, oh yeah. So they worked on Duke Nukem, and they also helped publish Commander King, 1997 Shadow Warrior, Max Payne, and Prey. So, I mean, that's a pretty decent roster. Like, Shadow Warrior was a pretty good game, I'd say. The Max Payne games, I'd say, are pretty good as well. Prey is an underrated game. This is the 2006 game, by the way, not the 2017 game. We'll get into that later. And so, like, obviously, in that aspect, massive respect. Duke Nukem, though, like, and this is gonna piss some people off, but I've never really been the biggest Duke Nukem fan. And it's besides the fact that I do feel like, you know, just a lot of the stereotypes involving him are a bit dated. It's also just the fact that, like, honestly, Duke Nukem 3D is not the most special video game ever made. Yeah, I know. All of G-Man Live's freaking fanboys are gonna come in here now and just completely talk shit about me. But like, I don't know, dude. If I were to play a FPS game from the mid 90s, especially from 1996, I'd play Quake more. I'd play Quake any fucking day of the week. And I would definitely play I'd play like Doom and Doom 2. And even Star Wars Dark Forces, which I'm getting ahead of myself again, but you get my point. Is that like Duke Nukem 3D is not bad per se, but it's not my thing. Also, Duke Nukem Forever. Fuck no. So just completely just get that out of your mind. But I would still, whatever, regardless of my bias, I would still also put them in a B tier. Because in terms of what they're able to achieve, they do it well enough. And again, like, granted, a lot of the stuff that they do is admittedly more involved when it comes to freaking publishing rather than being a developer studio, or at least nowadays. Well, basically since the late 90s. What they were able to publish was fine. So, all right. Next up is We've got ourselves a throwback studio here that no longer exists, known as... Oh, shoot. Hold on. Known as... God damn it, why can't I pull that? Okay, there. 989 Studios. So, yes, we got the meme out of the way. But yeah, no, this is the studio that made the Twisted Metal games as well as the Siphon Filter games back in the late 90s and early 2000s. So, again, PlayStation 1. I grew up with a lot of games that were on the PlayStation 1. Hell, I even had a PlayStation 1 before it broke. So, yeah. And Siphon Filter was actually one of those games that I played. And it kicks ass. It's a pretty good game. Yeah, it's a bit rough around the edges nowadays, but it's still fine. And I eventually did play Siphon Filters 2 and 3. I didn't play the Omega Strain or any of those other... I didn't play any of the PlayStation 2 games. But from what I played with those, they were serviceable. Unfortunately, though, I never really gave a shit about the Twisted Metal games. And so, because of that, and also just considering that they're kind of a lesser-known studio now, I will have to put them in a C tier. Unlike 343, at least they tried to branch out, because Twisted Metal is a completely different franchise from Siphon Filter. So, at least they tried something a little bit different. And I do give them props for that, but they don't really stick out as much. So, and again, I didn't play all of their games, to be fair, because I've only played Siphon Filters 1, 2, and 3, and then I only ever played Twisted Metals 1 and 2. So I can't really say too much, but like, again, just because that name recognition is just not there, and just because of the fact that I never cared for the Twisted Metal games, I will have to put them at a C tier. Again, Siphon Filter 1 and parts of 2 definitely hold this up, so. But yeah, check them out. And again, they have one of the most just at least they have a pretty iconic sound when it comes to like their logo intro or whatever. 989 Studios. I don't know. I just think it's funny. But whatever. That's besides the point. Oh no, we're already at Activision. Fuck! No! Why are we talking about this piece of shit? Oh. Ugh. Honestly though, like, man, Activision sucks. Yes, I will admit I do like Call of Duty games. But when you really think about it, Activision, I just don't give a shit about like most other Activision like owned games. Like, I completely just lost giving a shit about Destiny after Destiny 2 came out. And then Skylanders was just a fad that went away. Yes, Guitar Hero can be fun, and it got me into a lot of the music that I listen to now. But man, did they really milk it after Guitar Hero 3. Actually, no, technically, but after Guitar Hero 2, that's where things started to become a problem. And then, oh my god, why is he crying? Sorry, anyway, and then they just made a lot of just really awful movie license games. Like, people forget about this. Like, throughout the 2000s and like the early 2010s, there were so many just awful movie hell, even in the late 90s, there were so many just awful movie tie-in games that Activision pushed out that were just so bad. Like, freaking the original like Spider-Man, like the Amazing Spider-Man games, and the fucking Battleship game based off the dumbass movie from 10 years ago. Like, really? Did we need that in our lives? And obviously, I would go into a huge tirade with just the fact that they over-monetize everything in their games, including Call of Duty, to an actually bullshit level. Like, again, yes, I like Black Ops 3 Zombies as much as the next person, but the way that they monetize multiplayer is unfucking excusable.
and is one of the reasons why I still stand by that Black Ops 3 is an overrated game. Just as a package. Maybe not as a whole, but as a full-on package, it doesn't hold a candle. And that doesn't even get into the whole scandals that happened last year, which is just cringe. And dude, the fact that freaking Bobby Kotick, the CEO that's been in there since fucking 1649, he's still in fucking office. I don't know why. They just decided to keep him. And Microsoft's not doing anything about it because they don't give a fuck. And that makes me mad. And because of that, and I'm just going to be honest, I should probably, actually, I will make this a full announcement on our next podcast episode. But because he's still in office, I'm just going to try to avoid as many Activision-related games as possible, like I did at the end of last year, because I don't want that piece of shit in office. And as a result of the bullshit decisions that they've been doing, and hell, even during the, I said I wasn't going to bring this up too much, but even around the NES era, there were so many just bad games, like the Ghostbusters game that came out in the 80s, like, that was a flop, and just a lot of just the games that, like, basically my point is that, like, in terms of Activision as a whole, they're F tier. Easily. Anyone who defends them is a lunatic. Like, easily. So, fuck Activision. They suck. Don't defend them. Like, at all. No. So, but yeah, I am being serious about that boycott. Yes, that does mean you're probably never going to see, like, Black Ops 1 or World at War streams for at least a little while. Or anything Call of Duty related, but it's for a good cause. And that cause is to make sure that I let Activision know that I'm not going to buy into their bullshit. I already just skipped out on paying for Call of Duty Vanguard. I'm not going to pay for Modern Warfare 2 2022 either. And again, I'm not going to give into... I'm getting ahead of myself again with Blizzard. Alright, let's move on before I get, like, in a tirade again. Arcane Studios, that's up next. So, Arcane. They worked on the Dishonored games, the new 2017 Prey, and they worked on Deathloop. So, Dishonored, I only played the first one barely, but from what I can tell, it was pretty cool, pretty good. And I did play the new Prey, and I actually really like the new Prey. Actually, I gave it a B tier, if I'm not mistaken. I'm actually kind of regretting that score. I'll actually put that game in A tier. It's a definition of a sleeper hit for sure. And I do appreciate what they were going for with that game. However, with the Deathloop situation, honestly, it really does look like a step down compared to what they did with Dishonored and what they did with Prey. And as a result, and also just the fact that, like, I don't think there were any allegations, but there was one controversy that I remember Arcane Studios getting involved with. What was it? Oh, they're also trying to work on this game called Redfall, which, yeah, that's that vampire game. Yeah, was there like a controversy? No, actually, never mind. Oh, I must be thinking of another studio. Trust me, that does happen to me a lot. But okay, whatever. In general, I'd give them a generous B. They haven't made their first flop yet. Because Deathloop just seems like it's an average game. Yeah, it's a significant decrease in quality compared to Dishonored 1 and 2 and Prey, but it doesn't look bad enough, so I'll give them a pass. So, all right, next up, Atari. So, this one's going to be an interesting one because, again, I'm not really focusing too much on their... Okay, I am kind of focusing on their legacy. Obviously, they were obviously the company that did break out with the Atari 2600. And in terms of making it, I don't want to say easier, but at least just bringing home consoles as a legitimate thing in the market, that is something I can give credit where credit is due, especially in the late 70s whenever it came out. Because, like, you know, arcade machines were just coming to America at that point. So the fact that, like, a video game console was already coming out at that time was actually pretty insane. At least for the 1970s, because you got to keep in mind that video games were still they were still an extremely niche thing back in the 1970s and in the early 80s. Like, you were not really well respected if you played video games at the time, because it was still such a brand new thing. So, but, like, I think my biggest issue with Atari is that over time, that legacy started to get really, really slogged out and also just tainted a little bit. And I'm not even just talking about what happened in 1983, like the video game crash in 1983. Go look up all that stuff. I can't really give you, like, that would be a whole podcast episode on its own. Maybe we'll do it in the future. Don't count on it though, but you get my point, is that, like, that was a big deal. But then also just really doing really dumb decisions with a lot of their newer consoles. Like what happened with the Atari 5200 with the controller fucking breaking. And then the console that came out after, I think it was the 7800, if I'm not mistaken, that's what it was called. And then the Atari Jaguar, which was just way too expensive at the time. It came out way too fucking early when it came to 3D graphics. I will give them that. 3D graphics in 1993 on a home console, that was actually pretty innovative. Just sucks that it was like a $500 console back in 1993. So, that was a problem. And then, obviously, just kind of laying down in the, like, just kind of staying in the background throughout the majority of the 2000s was just a really just odd move to say the least, and it's just a really dumb decision at worst, especially since when they tried coming out of the works in the late 2000s and releasing that just bland Alone in the Dark game, or at least publishing it, that was a dumb idea. Though, don't make a mistake, when it comes to Atari owned licensed IPs, they're actually not half bad. Like Roller Coaster Tycoon, for example. Yes, they actually have the license to that. Or at least Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. They helped publish that on PC. That game's awesome. Also, being the main publisher for the Alone in the Dark games. Which, say what you want about the newer games, but it was a landmark in survival horror. There is no denying that. Like, without Alone in the Dark, there would be no Resident Evil. That is a fact that you must accept, because controls are pretty much nearly identical. The gameplay is pretty similar. And the general vibe is pretty much on par with, well, Resident Evil 1 is a little bit creepier, but that's obviously because Alone in the Dark is it came out 4 years before that. But you get my point, is that, like, Alone in the Dark was an influential title, at least for the gaming landscape. Oh yeah, and they also published Unreal Tournament 2004, which that brings them up a little bit. But I would honestly just put them at a C tier, because, like, obviously in terms of, like, their legacy, it is a pretty monumental one. But again, that has eroded over time, and Atari is just not really a name that resonates with people anymore, unless if you're like 3 times my age. Like, I'm not saying that to be condescending. I'm just saying that, like, Atari is just not really a name that has a lot of staying power with people. You know, it just comes down to both the name recognition and just what it eventually did to itself. So, and that's why I would put it in like a low, honestly, a low C, maybe even D tier. But it's held up because of Alone in the Dark and Unreal Tournament 2004. So, there you go. Atlas. So, this is an interesting one because Atlas is known for basically being the publisher for the Megami Tensei franchise and the Persona sub-franchise. So, but actually in a very interesting fact, they also were the ones, at least for North America, who actually published Demon Souls for the PlayStation 3. Don't believe me? Look. They published freaking Demon Souls of all games, which I find really funny. And honestly, I've played a little bit of Demon Souls like recently, just on my own time. Obviously, the game's hard, but it's meant to be hard. And like, it is what it is. Like, and just because of that, though. There is definitely a lot that goes up, and I have actually played a few of the Persona games. I played Persona 5 with a friend at one point, or he let me play it because it's a single player game, obviously. And I could see where people were coming from with that game. Granted, is it my favorite thing in the world? No, but I'm at least interested in the Persona games. Just enough. So I would put this in like a lower to mid B. Just as a personal thing. I don't know. Granted, I don't think I would put it at a... Okay, I would put... Yeah. I'd rather play Persona than like Duke Nukem Forever. Well, I don't know. I'm just more interested in the Persona series than I am in the Duke Nukem series. So that's basically what it boils down to. Plus Demon Souls, yeah, which obviously we'll get to FromSoft later. Just save your soys later once we get to From Software. But it is what it is. All right, Bandai Namco. So yeah, I sort of decided to combine both Namco and Bandai in this. Just simply because there's not really a lot that Bandai has made, that, or at least that I'm aware of, but there's a ton of things that Namco made that I'm definitely aware of. And I'm not just talking about the arcade games, because Bandai Namco, they helped publish the Soul Calibur games, the Klonoa games, the Ace Combat games, the Time Crisis games, the Katamari games, Tekken, Digimon, Dragon Ball, a ton of anime games. And funny enough, what we were just talking about with freaking Demon Souls, the Dark Souls games, and Elden Ring. Oh, and also Little Nightmares. I like Soul Calibur. I don't like fighting games, but that's the one fighting game I like. Simply because I like having I just at least mentally think I'd rather just have like, actual fighting with weapons as opposed to like, fist fights like in Tekken or something. And so obviously that does raise things up quite a bit. And then also, like I said, they helped publish some From Software games. Unfortunately, not any of the games I played. Yes, I haven't played Dark Souls or Elden Ring yet. In terms of From Software games, I've only played Demon Souls and Bloodborne. But from what I can tell, yeah, they look cool. And then Klonoa is an underrated gem. I don't like cutesy looking games, but like, god damn it, Klonoa is cute. And it's adorable. Also, Ace Combat's actually kind of cool. I guess just sort of, and I guess Time Crisis is fine. I played Time Crisis 3, and it's whatever. It's a light gun shooter arcade style of game, but it's like, I'd rather just play that in the arcade rather than on my console. So it's fine, I guess. And then, like I was saying earlier, I don't give a shit about Tekken. because to me it just feels like Diet Street Fighter. And not only that, but also because it reminds me of Street Fighter, and I already don't care for Street Fighter anyways, I don't care for Tekken. Also, again, for some reason, Bandai Namco just seems to be the company that really loves to push a lot of like anime tie-in games, like a lot of One Piece and Dragon Ball games in particular. And it's like, whoa, can you keep it down a little bit? Especially since, from what I heard about Jump Force, that game sucked so bad that like it made anime fans cry. So I'll have to ask Austin about that one, but I'm pretty sure not a lot of people like that one. So, and then also just, I'm sorry, I know this game series is a cult classic, but like Katamari, like I recently just made a meme about that game because I recently just got Soul Calibur 3 on PlayStation 2. Because that's one of the games I just didn't own, and it came with a demo disc. Funny enough, and one of the demos on there was for the second Katamari game. And dude, that game, you are on drugs if you have to be on fucking high acid on that game if you want to enjoy it. Because like, I'm not saying it's a bad game, it's just not for me. Especially that king, dude. That king. I don't want that king near me. No. So, although to be fair, a lot of it just has to do with like, you know, Japanese humor, because Japanese humor is really weird at points. And to be fair, you are talking to someone who is, you know, Canadian American, so like just as a result, it's like not really my thing. So. Again, not granted. I feel like there. Hold on. Was there a controversy involving? Oh yeah. It had to do with the logo, because this is the new logo. People were mad that they changed it. Which, I mean, to be fair, this is kind of a lame logo, but whatever. Whatever. As in terms of just how I feel about Bandai Namco, I mean, they're definitely better. I'd say. In terms of the Japanese companies on this list, they're definitely better than most, so I would put them in B tier. I don't think I'd put them in A tier, just simply because of just my specific taste in terms of games, but definitely like mid to high B. So, all right, going back to the, you know, game studios that are hated by everyone now. Bethesda. Oh god, oh no, I feel like Todd Howard is about to come out of the corner and just talk about how the importance of his game has been made. I'm kind of scared. This is why I wish I did things. This is why I wish I did these streams with other people, because I'm afraid Todd Howard is about to just come out of the corner. Like, that would be terrifying if he just came out of the corner and started lecturing me about the mechanics that are in his new game, like he did with Starfield. But in all honesty, though, when it comes to Bethesda games, like, it is kind of annoying, though, when it comes to Bethesda, because they're an example of a publisher slash a studio, like a developer studio, that was so well respected by everyone, and I mean everyone. Back in like 2009 and 10 and 11, everyone loved Bethesda. Like, they were the kings on top of a hill, and they were like unstoppable in terms of just people praising them, like especially when it came to Fallout and Elder Scrolls. Now, granted, I've never gave a shit about Fallout, if I'm just gonna be honest, but I will admit, Elder Scrolls, specifically Oblivion, that game was pretty good, and Skyrim was fine. I wouldn't say it's my favorite game, but Skyrim, for what it was fine. Hell, even Morrowind had its moments. So, and in terms of like a lot of the games that they helped pushed out, tying in with Arcane, because, you know, Bethesda, well, ZeniMax as a whole, who owns Bethesda, they owned Arcane Studios, and they obviously pushed out a lot of the games from that. and just yeah, and also they owned its software until Microsoft bought them. So at the end of the day, when it comes to like Bethesda back then, like I would even concede by putting them in A tier. Then the bullshit came around. After Skyrim released, they released so many versions of Skyrim that it literally became a meme within a meme of itself. And then Fallout 4 released was a disappointment for a lot of people. And just the dumb Creation Club thing. I will still hold by the fact that the Creation Club was a dumb idea to begin with. Because it's basically what the Creation Club was, for those who don't know, it was basically where people were able to make their own content, but they would charge, like, basically, like, they would have the ability to sell whatever content they want for in either Skyrim or in Fallout 4. But the thing is that Bethesda took like 2/3 of the cut, and leaving developers of like a lot of these basically micro DLCs worthless or whatever. It's more complicated than that, but either way, it's a dumb idea. And then also the release of Wolfenstein New Order, which obviously, or not New Order, New Colossus. God, my cat is crying and he's distracting me. I'll be right back. You're such a naughty boy, and you know it. You're a naughty boy. You're a naughty boy. Look at me. Look at me. You're a naughty boy. You're a naughty boy. Anyways, I was talking about Bethesda. Yeah, no. Yeah, release of New Colossus was pretty bad, and then Fallout 76. That was the ultimate decider for people about Bethesda. Like, basically from that point onwards, everyone started talking shit about Bethesda, and it's been downhill ever since. So as a result, yeah, no. And also, if I'm just gonna be honest, even like Bethesda before, like pre-Skyrim, were they really the greatest studio in the world? Because, like, again, I never gave a shit about Fallout, and I found it to just be such a dull, boring, and honestly just kind of uncomfortable, but not in a good way, like just sort of in like a cringe sort of way. Like it made me physically cringe to play Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. New Vegas was fine. That was like the only Fallout game that I thought was actually fine. But man, Fallout 3, dude, that game has not aged well at all. Like, that's the prime example of a game that just is of its time and is just not very good. Oh yeah, there was also a lot of the Bethesda games that came out that just weren't very good anyways, like Call of Cthulhu, Dark Corners of the Earth. That game's not very good. Oh yeah, but at least they did. Don't forget this though, the best game of all time, Home Alone 1 on the NES. 10 out of 10 game, amazing. You guys need to play it. It's like the best thing in the world. I don't care what people say. No matter what, I will always defend that. So, okay, but in all seriousness though, Bethesda's D. How much giants have fallen, or at least for like Elder Scrolls. So, ouch, mega ouch. So, and again, when it comes to like Bethesda proper, it's like I only give a shit about like Elder Scrolls, because you also have to keep in mind, like I said, Dishonored and Prey, that was made by Arcane. It wasn't made by Bethesda themselves. And also just the fact that a lot of their games just end up being glitchy anyways. Granted, I know, like, a game world, like an open world game is gonna have bugs, but like, come on, like, it's 2022. Starfield better not fuck it up. It's gonna fuck up. Watch it not get fucked up. That's what I'm shocked about, but whatever. It's whatever. Bethesda's lame. Let's move on. Oh shoot! Actually, we should probably not move on. It's BioWare. Oh no. This is another game studio that a lot of people fucking praised to high heavens back in like fucking 20, I think it was, 2011, 2012, 2014 as being like GOAT tier because they made Knights of the Old Republic, Jade Empire, Mass Effect 1, Dragon Age Origins, Mass Effect 2. Dragon Age 2 has a lot of like, it's really divided with people. I didn't think it was that bad because I played Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2. I didn't play the Awakening DLC. That's a whole other thing because I had it on my PlayStation 3. And I will admit, like, people talk shit about the Dragon Age games, specifically some of my friends, but like I find it interesting enough. Like, yes, it kind of feels like Mass Effect if it was in just a fantasy setting, but again, you are talking to the resident fantasy fan, so it's like I was never bothered by that. And then obviously a lot of people love Mass Effect, and obviously, KOTOR, even though it's not my favorite game in the world, I do recognize that it is respected by a lot of people. But then Mass Effect Andromeda came out. That really wretched a lot of people. And then Anthem. Need I say more? Need I say more about Anthem? Everyone talked shit about it. I don't need to add to that conversation. And because of that, I'm going to put them in a C tier. Because obviously their legacy still remains. And as in terms of just their old stuff from like the mid 2000s to about, I'd say, Dragon Age Inquisition. Again, I didn't play Inquisition, but I know a lot of people love that game. So like basically from like 2003-ish to 2014 BioWare, that's where the good shit came out. But man, they really, really tainted their legacy, especially with the fact that they took Anthem 7 fucking years to make. Why? Just why? A game should not take, like, at most, a game, in my opinion, should take like 4 years to make. Maybe you can push 5 years, but 7? No. They didn't even know what they were making for the first 5 years. Yeah, no, bad. Bad BioWare. Bad. So, let's just hope they can turn it around, but it is what it is. Alright, yeah, you're seeing a common pattern here, right? You're seeing a common pattern here. We've got, first we had Bethesda, then we had BioWare, now we have Blizzard, a freaking studio we made fun of in episode 25. Not even that long ago. We made fun of the fact that, like, they were trying to defend Diablo Immortal releasing 4 years ago. And then look what's coming out now with Diablo Immortal. It sucks. Everyone knows it sucks. I don't need to say anything else. Why would I? But in all honesty, though, when it comes to Blizzard games, like, it just sucks. Because, yes, they basically made rip-off Warhammer games. Like, we can't even deny that. Literally, Warcraft was supposed to be a Warhammer fantasy game, and StarCraft was originally going to be a 40k game. This is not something I'm making up. This is something that they have said themselves. So, it's not me saying that. It's what they're saying. And then, when it came to, obviously, the release of the that sort of stuff. Like, it was actually still pretty cool because obviously the first 2 Warcraft games, yeah, they're a bit dated, but they're RTS games. So, and I like RTS games, so there you go. And honestly, I would definitely say this: Warcraft 3 is amongst one of the best RTS games ever made. If not, you can make a good case that it is the best. And I wouldn't disagree. And obviously a lot of people loved the Diablo games. I played a little bit of Diablo 2 at my cousin's house because they had both Diablo 2 and Warcraft 3. Like those were the two. Like that's how I personally. Well, okay. I knew about World of Warcraft first, but then they showed me Diablo and Warcraft 3. And so that's how I got introduced to those games. And yeah, no. Diablo 2 is pretty cool. Warcraft 3 is pretty cool. Hell, even StarCraft 2 is pretty good. Which I actually have the physical thing back there. But that's the thing, isn't it? Is that, you know, from like 1994 to like 2010, again, just like with Blizzard and Bethesda, they were untouchable with a lot of people. Granted, I kind of missed that wave, or at least, well, not too much, because like I said, I did play their early 2000s games, but it just, I never really was a part of that hype, so I never really have nostalgia for them. But what I do remember are all the controversies that they were involved with. The stupid freaking login thing that they tried to do back in 2010. The fact that people hated a lot of the expansions that were coming out for World of Warcraft, such as Cataclysm and Mists of Pandaria. The fact that they shut down servers that were trying to basically be like basically trying to go back to what World of Warcraft was originally like, because a lot of the changes that they've made people hated. Which, yes, to be fair, that was more of a legal thing, but the fact that like they didn't give an alternative for 3 years is kind of shitty to do. Also, Diablo 3 being a DRM based online only game, which is really dumb as fuck. And then honestly, just how I've always felt about Overwatch. Like, I've always had like a mixed feeling about Overwatch. I remember hating the game whenever it first came out. Then there was a time where I was like, okay, this isn't really that bad, and then just stopped caring. And then honestly, at this point, I am starting to really not like the game again. So it's like, at the end of the day, I just feel like I've been conned into liking Overwatch. Because I originally didn't like Overwatch when it first came out. Like, to me, it was the 2016 version of Fork Knife. It was all over the fucking place, and it was annoying as fuck. So, and a part of me still is kind of returning back to 2016 me, being cynical about not liking Overwatch. And obviously, we can go into the whole spew of, like, how they fucked over Warcraft 3 with Warcraft Reforged. Really dumb idea. And then obviously what's going on with Diablo Immortal. And then obviously just like with what's going on with Activision with the freaking scandals. Blizzard, you are really a piece of shit company. Like, god damn it. I want to put them in F. But the thing is that, again, you have to realize that they made some really damn good games back in the 90s and the 2000s. And that legacy really does hold them up. So because of that, I don't want to put them up high, because I know there's going to be people who are going to fucking get pissed that I'm not putting them in F tier. I guess I'll put them in D tier for now. Because god damn it, man. Like, they're a studio that I can definitely see why people loved them. Now they suck. This is making me depressed. Let's move on. Oh, Bloober Team. Alright. Yeah, these are the people who made the Layers of Fear games, as well as that really dumb Blair Witch game. And the Medium. Again, I don't want to hate these guys. And to be fair, they're a smaller studio, but like, man, they just don't really make scary games, per se. Like, again, Layers of Fear, I did play that on stream. Granted, it was a choppy stream. I do apologize for that, because, again, my settings are fucked up. But, like, there was just no tension. And I think that's the ultimate problem with Bloober games is that they remove the tension from the game by having it to where that you can't like die per se in the game. And that kind of sucks. Because there's a lot of cool elements in the game. Like, for example, that record player where it would basically, like, the more you play the record player, the room would fucking melt. That was really fucking creepy. And that is something that I wish more games would do. Because there hasn't really been a good AA or AAA horror game since Dead Space 1. Like, the fact that there was a game that did that was pretty fucking cool. But, like, it's more style over substance. And that's my biggest issue with Bloober as a whole. Again, I don't hate these guys. As a matter of fact, actually, I would put these guys above BioWare and Atari, personally. But, like, you gotta add tension to your horror game. Now, granted, Layers of Fear 3, basically, I know it's called something else, but for all intents and purposes, it's Layers of Fear 3. I know that's coming out, I think, next year. And so, hopefully they can step up their game in that. Or just work on a new IP. Which, to be fair, they're not a one-trick pony studio. They're not, they're not a 343. They actually have tried to branch things out. At least a little bit. But, like, just try to make the horror at least actually tense. So, that's all I've got to say. Alright, next up, Bohemia Interactive. So, these guys made these are the main developers of the Arma series, as well as the original Operation Flashpoint Cold War Crisis. So, now these guys are a one-trick pony studio. Like, they're really only known for making Arma. Hell, they even renamed their first game, Operation Flashpoint Cold War Crisis, into Arma Cold War Assault, so that they can disassociate themselves from their original their original publisher, Codemaster, which are not on this list. So, they kinda are a one-trick pony, but the difference between them and 343 is that at the very least, at least Arma 2 and Arma 3, I would definitely say are quality games. I really don't like Arma 1. I think that game is way too clunky at points. Hell, even the original Operation Flashpoint. But I can say that Arma 2 and Arma 3 actually pretty good. But they're one-trick pony as well. So, I don't know. I just wish they would at least switch things up a little bit. Which, I mean, to be fair, with Arma 3, they have released content, like paid expansions, where you can add things like go-karts, and I think there was an alien expansion that they had in. And so, that's kind of cool, but that leads into my other thing where it's like it's kind of forced paying for a different experience. So I would probably also put these guys in C tier, though at the top of C tier, because because the thing is that unlike Bloober Team, I do feel like there's at least a little bit more. There's definitely more substance. It just sucks because it just feels like Arma 3 felt like it was kind of rehashing from what Arma 2 was doing. And from what I can tell with Arma Tactics, people are hating that game to high heavens. So, yeah. But it is what it is. So. Alright, next up, Halo! Oh, well, yeah, the OG Halo developers, Bungie. So, obviously, I've said this before, Halo is one of my favorite games of all time. Halo 1 is my favorite first-person shooter, flat-out first-person shooter game ever made. It's a good game, and I highly recommend you guys play it. Halos 2 and 3 were also really damn good. ODST even. Hell, even Halo Reach. Like, honestly, just the whole lineage of Bungie games from, like, the Halo franchise, really solid. They might have some slight flaws to them, but generally they're good experiences. And hell, I would even say that their game Oni is a pretty underrated gem. Like, it came out the same year as Halo Combat Evolved. It's kind of a third-person shooter beat-em-up style of game. It's a pretty underrated game. I'd recommend it. But despite that, though, and this is gonna lead to some more hate, I think people put Bungie too high of regard. And I mean way too high in certain places. Because I already mentioned this with Destiny. Man, granted, I will admit, I did defend Destiny when it came out at first. But, like, man, that game got boring after the first, like, 5 hours. Oh my god, it was so boring. And I've always been hypercritical about the fact that the loot system in the game is fucking dumb as fuck. The fact that, like, everything in the game is based off of RNG is so goddamn ridiculous that it insults my intelligence that it was even implemented like that. Like, oh my god. And also, dude, Destiny 2 is literally just the same exact game. It's literally the same game. Like, you cannot argue that. And also, what's even more insulting about Destiny 2 is the fact that Bungie literally removed content from Destiny 2 and then later on just decided to add in more expansions, even though those expansions you had to pay for. What the fuck is wrong with you, Bungie? Are you kidding me? Like, that's fucked, if you ask me. So, and it's a complete sham. It's ripping you off. So, yeah, no. Like, fuck Bungie for doing that shit to their fans. And I'm actually kind of surprised that their fans aren't even more pissed off that they did that. Because they basically just ripped you off. They took your fucking money. And they removed content from the game, making it lost content that they're forcibly doing for a game that... Oh my god. I don't even need to explain how fucking stupid that is, honestly. So, granted, and then also, this is a slightly more unpopular take, or at least with certain communities. Honestly, man, Marathon, dude, I'm sorry. Granted, I will admit, I was definitely one of those people who was on that high horse when it comes to Marathon, but, like, dude, that game has aged like sour milk. It literally is just such a clunky game to play and just not that fun. Like, dude, it's not a Doom. It's not a Quake. It's not a good Doom clone at all. It's not very good. It's way too tight. It's way too fucking random to figure out. Granted, thankfully there's a mini map, but like that's still annoying to have to go through. Like, man, I hate to say this, but Bungie really is kind of an overrated... It is an overrated studio, IMO. Though I would still put them in B tier, but like... okay, actually, nah, C tier. The fact that they removed content, paid content from their game is something that that actually insults me. So... I would have, based off of that alone, I have to put them in C tier. Granted, I know they recently got bought off by Sony, so maybe Sony can do something about that, but I don't know. Which, by the way, that's really weird. They were originally an Apple studio because they worked on, like I said, they worked on this the Marathon games for Macintosh computers, and then they went on to make the Halo games for Microsoft. And then they went over to Activision, then left Activision several years before they would get bought off by Microsoft, and then gets bought off by Sony. That is like what the fuck? So, but you get my point. Honestly, Bungie, I don't want to hate Bungie, but man, it's kind of hard not to. All right, whatever. Let's move on to Capcom, which Capcom has had such a big turnaround in recent years. Because, like, obviously, back in the 90s and the early 2000s, I'd say, early to mid 2000s, Capcom was actually pretty well respected. They obviously worked on the Mega Man games throughout the late 80s and the early to mid 90s. And they still occasionally go with the, like, they still occasionally work on some Mega Man games. Not to the extent that they did back in the day, but it is what it is. And then they obviously worked on the Resident Evil games, which, yes, you could say, you can argue whether or not it was for better or for worse, considering that not only did it push the survival horror genre even farther than Alone in the Dark, but it was also the thing that, in my opinion, really set the catalyst for the zombie craze that would happen throughout the 2000s and early 2010s that got super fucking annoying after a while. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased, but I digress. But no, honestly, though, Resident Evil 1, yeah, it's kind of janky, and, you know, it's not the most well-versed game ever, but, like, for its time, it was pretty influential. And obviously, Resident Evil 4, which is the only other Resident Evil game that I've played, by the way, just for context. I only played Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 4. Obviously, there's a reason why people love Resident Evil 4. It's because, you know, the controls work. You know, I never finished it, but I played it. But from what I can tell with the story, it's pretty well versed and all that fun stuff. And then yeah, obviously, just with Resident Evil as a whole, it's a huge franchise. And in terms of its coming around with the remakes and Resident Evil 8, seems like a lot of people are, you know, enjoying it for the most part. And then obviously you got Ace Attorney, which is a big meme. Everyone likes Ace Attorney. And then Monster Hunter, which surprisingly is their second most successful franchise right before Resident Evil. Though, to be fair, it's really popular in Japan. And it was all. I mean, it's not my thing, but I can see why people like it. And then Dead Rising, obviously a lot of people like Dead Rising. But I guess just sort of the problem though with Capcom is kind of by the mid 2000s there was definitely a shift, because, you know, with Resident Evil they were catering less to the horror crowd and more to the action crowd, and as a result we got Resident Evil 5. That is a very contentious game. Excuse you. And then a lot of the early to mid 2010s Resident Evil games were just bad. Just Resident Evil 6, Revelations 1 and 2, Operation Raccoon City, Umbrella Corps. Bad. But they turned it around. They turned it around with Resident Evil 7 and with Resident Evil 2 Remake, from what I can tell. Same thing with Monster Hunter, where Monster Hunter 1, up there. Then it kind of dipped, but then Monster Hunter World came out, and then Monster Hunter Rise came out. Pretty good. Hell, even with Marvel vs. Capcom, a game series I don't give a shit about. Like, just the fact that they were able to turn around after the disaster that was in the 2012. Oh no, I think that was, wait, was that Marvel vs. Capcom, or was that Street Fighter, where they were selling content that was already on the disc? Because that was a huge deal back in 2012. Like, content that was already on the disc, but you had to fucking pay for it, or some bullshit. Like, that was huge back in the day. Like, I remember that controversy, but I don't know. I guess just sort of my point is that, like, if you would have asked me, like, say 2015, I would have probably put Capcom in like a C or a D tier, but nowadays I would put them in B tier. Like, they've definitely turned themselves around. Granted, I hope that they keep the momentum,
But in terms of just what they've been doing so far, and especially with what I can tell with the Resident Evil games and the Monster Hunter games, just let them do their thing to a certain extent. So, yeah. All right, next up, CD Projekt Red, the latest of a studio, or well, maybe not the latest, but definitely one of the latest studios to succumb to well-respected fan base to just absolute fucking crushing of dreams. So, yeah, this is gonna be an unpopular take now, but considering that they did Witcher 1 pretty good, they did Witcher 2 pretty damn good, and then they knocked it out of the park with Witcher 3, I would still say that they're still fine, actually. They're actually not, they're not a bad studio at all. Well, except for Cyberpunk 2077. Yes, I meme about that game all the time, but it's only just because of just the launch on this last gen consoles, which is unacceptable. Like, though I do feel like that Cyberpunk 2077 is less of what is to come and just more of a fluke, meaning that like the thing is that it was their first like different game. Because here's the thing, CD Projekt Red was a one-trick pony studio. They only worked on, or well, CD Projekt in general, like they only really published or worked on Witcher games. That was their thing. Then they tried something that's different enough, where it's a first-person shooter, open-world game, and maybe that kind of fucked things over. Again, I'm not defending the fucking thing, because what happened was just bad. But I guess just sort of my thing is that at the very least, they tried something different. Granted, it may not have failed, but at least I can commend that. And from what I can tell with like a bunch of the updates and stuff, they have fixed it, improved it. Granted, I'm never gonna fucking play it. I don't fucking trust it at all. But at least Witcher 2 and 3 in particular really do hold this up, because obviously a lot of people like those games. So at the end of the day, I gotta give kudos where kudos are, needed. And again, I am optimistic about what their next project will be. No pun intended. Because whether it be a Witcher 4 or whether it be a new IP, I don't know. But what I can tell you is that I am more optimistic about what they're trying to do, like what their next project is, as opposed to Bethesda or BioWare, where I know it's going to be bad. Or I know there's going to be issues, because Bethesda's known for that shit. And BioWare has proven that they just have lost touch. So there's at least a little bit of hope with CD Projekt Red. Hopefully this isn't aged sourly like what happened later, but whatever. That's just my take on CD Projekt. Alright, Creative Assembly. So this one's another interesting one, because they're kind of also a one-trick pony, because like they basically only worked on Total War games. Like that's their bread and butter, is the Total War franchise. And I did a tier list on all the individual Total War games. If you want my opinions on those, check that shit out. But they also tried to branch out, and they knocked it out of the park, in my opinion, with both of them. With Alien Isolation, one of the scary. Well, okay, actually, now I think about it, that is kind of a AAA game. Okay, I back off with what I said about Bloober Team. So whatever. Alien Isolation, good game. And then Halo Wars 2. Actually not that bad. Granted, the fucking microtransaction system fucked that game over. But in terms of just how I feel about Creative Assembly, yeah, no, I respect them enough
but they really do need to cut it off with the microtransactions. They need to, well, not the microtransactions. They need to cut it off with the amount of like paid DLC that they have. I am actually getting fucking sick and tired of having to spend, so much money on, what really should feel like at best like a $3 like micro DLC. The fact that they charge $10 for 2 separate races in a lot of their Warhammer games is really annoying, and that shit needs to stop. Can we please either get free content updates, or at the very least like a bundle pack, like whether it be a season pass or an ultimate edition of these games, because that shit's getting annoying to have to fucking pay for over and over and over again, especially with the Warhammer games, where it's probably the most annoying in that shit too, because the games are all tied together. So, but yeah, no, and also just the blood. Well, okay, to be fair, I know exactly why they have to sell the blood packs separately. It's so that it's because of a rating thing. But man, that shit's annoying. Though, to be fair, I would put them in a B tier, because you guys know how much I love the Total War franchise, and I really like Alien Isolation, and Halo Wars 2, at least mechanically, it's pretty good. They just need to cut off from the microtransaction shit and the DLC shit. That's where it gets annoying. So, all right, next up, Crystal Dynamics. So these people are making they've made basically the Tomb Raider games from Tomb Raider Legends up until Rise of the Tomb Raider from 2015. So from 2006 to 2015, they worked on the Tomb Raider games. Also, a bit of a fun fact, they also made the Gex games in the mid to late 90s, so that's fun. They're fine enough. B tier. I do have some issues with the newer Tomb Raider games, specifically the optimization on the console version. They fucking suck. But yeah, no. And to be fair as well, I do need to play them a little bit more. But from what I played from Tomb Raider Anniversary and 2013 Tomb Raider on my PC, pretty good. So, that's all I got to say about them. Alright, next up, Crytek. God damn it. This is another studio I don't want to hate, because when it comes to Crytek, they are actually a pretty innovative studio. Like, Crysis alone is worthy of props just for pushing graphic fidelity, especially in a time period where people, we're just about figuring out how to somewhat do faces. The fact that this game looks as beautiful as it did back in 2007, 15 years ago, is insane in a good way. And just with how much destructibility you were able to do in the game was mind-boggling at the time. It was like, this is possible? Like seriously, I would definitely argue that the Cry engine is amongst one of the best pieces of software technology that has ever been made. Like, it's that damn good. Or at least Cry Engine 2. Their first game, Far Cry 1, you guys know my opinion on Far Cry 1. Far Cry 1 sucks. Which that will get into what I'll have to say a little bit later. But, I don't know, in terms of what Crytek did, yeah, no, like, Crysis 1, that game's pretty good. And hell, some people like to meme on Rise, Son of Rome, but that game also looks pretty damn impressive for a game, that came out in 2013. Yeah, it was a bit of a tech demo, yeah, but it did look pretty. And then, you guys know how much I hate Battle Royales. I fucking despise Battle Royale as a game mode, as a genre of game. It has overflooded the market. It completely just disregarded both the idea of having a MOBA first-person shooter franchise not too dissimilar from the PlanetSide games, as well as disregarded the retro FPS revival, which should have happened. Well, it's starting to get back up, but like, the fact that it just completely budged in and blocked 2 of just my favorite ideas for a shooter game. It makes me fucking mad. Not to mention just my history with fucking Fortnite and then PUBG and Warzone and Apex. Ugh. It's all dumb. Despite that, though, there's only one battle royale that I actually really, really like. Hunt Showdown. Go fucking play that game right now. Hunt Showdown is fucking awesome. And it's a damn shame that it's not as popular as it is. Because, like, oh, it's so good. Like, because it's less of a battle royale and more like a player versus enemy sort of thing, and it's so fun, and it's a fucking creepy as hell game. Like, it's kind of like Escape from Tarkov if anyone's played that, except like in an alternate 19th century Louisiana, where you play as like bounty hunters and shit. It's really fucking fun, and it's actually a pretty original ID. Like, it's an original IP, which I actually support. So go check out Hunt Showdown. If you take anything from what I have to say about Crytek, go play Crysis 1 and go play Hunt Showdown. Unfortunately, though, everything else you can probably skip. Like I said, Far Cry 1, I'm sorry. That game sucks. The age is like sour milk. And the fact that the most recent patch for that game, fucks over the AI is insulting and disgusting. One might say someone who is a bit of a
stupid bastard
probably worked on that game. So, and a lot of people are mixed about the sequels of Crysis. I haven't played them yet, but I don't know. So as a result of just all that, I would, and also just Warface being just an awful experience, unfortunately, I would put Crytek at a C tier. Again, Hunt Showdown and Crysis 1 are definitely worth your time. Go check those games out for sure. However, everything else is just kind of iffy about Crytek. Even Rise, like I said, because Rise, everyone was fucking about that game. So it is what it is, though. All right, next up, Deep Silver. So, man, I feel bad because, again, this is another thing where it's like I don't want to dislike this publisher, but it's like, dude, they make some of the most bland and milquetoast games out there. Like, honestly, like, I never gave a shit about, like, let me go through like the list of games on here. They have, or at least that they helped publish or even develop: Saints Row, Dead Island, Metro, Risen, Homefront: The Revolution, Kingdom Come Deliverance, Iron Harvest, the Wasteland games, Shenmue 3, Chivalry, and Mighty Number fucking motherfucking 9. Yeah. There's a lot of ick in there. Like, again, I never cared about Dead Island. I don't like zombie games except for like Resident Evil, and well, I guess I'm mixed about zombie games, but I just don't care. And then Risen looks like a joke of an RPG series. Homefront: The Revolution, at least, just looks so I don't care for Wasteland. And then Shenmue 3, we all know the fucking meme of like, what did you say to me? Which I should probably add that as like a sound effect, because that'd be really funny. What did you say to me? Hold on, let me pull that up. Hold on. And yes, I thought it was Sega who published this, but no, it was actually Deep Silver who did, which, I mean, that probably explains quite a bit.
What did you say to me? What did you say to me?
God, it's so bad. It's so bad. I would show you the cutscene, but I kind of want to move on. What else is there that's like really bad? Oh yeah, Mighty Number 9. They helped publish that piece of shit game. That game is bad. I will not argue with the 12-year-olds in chat. That game is bad. It's, and I'm not even just saying, oh, it's because it's like Mega Man. No, it's a bad side-scroller game. Like, compare that shit. Not even just to fucking Mega Man. Compare that to, like, fucking Castlevania back in, like, the 90s. And it's not even a contest. Like, it's the mark of a bad... Like, AI is broken. Levels are completely fucking broken from what I've played. And there's just no personality in the game. It's the mark of a bad game. And the fact that there's a small community of people who defend it just makes me prove that there's at least some sort of... There's some sort of bullshit that's spreading around making people think bad decisions. Okay, maybe I shouldn't say that, but whatever. However, Metro saves this publisher, because Metro 2033 and Metro Last Light, pretty awesome games if you ask me. And also, guess what? Deep Silver, I think in Europe, they also helped publish Hunt Showdown, which I already gushed about that, so there you go. So, and from what I can tell with their Iron Harvest, which is kind of like an RTS from what I can tell, like kind of like an alternate World War I RTS kind of thing that's going on there. It looks pretty cool, but man, I'm sorry. I hate to do it with Deep Silver, but I gotta put them in D tier. Granted, I'd rather play their stuff than I'd rather at least play more of their stuff than like Bethesda or Blizzard. But like, God, they just published some of the most milquetoast feeling games ever. So that is what it is. All right, next up, Devolver. So I know we made fun of them last year with their E3 presentation. Being just super cringe, which I get that was the whole point, but like you can get the point and still think it's fucking dumb. But they're actually really not that bad. I would honestly put them in like mid to high B. Hell, I would even argue putting them in A tier, because a lot of the games that they help publish include SlytheWarrior, Enter the Gungeon, Inscription, and my personal favorite out of the bunch, Serious Sam. Now, I know Crow Team makes Serious Sam. They're not on the list, obviously, because we're already at the D. Like, the studio is starting with a D. But when it comes to Devolver stuff, yeah, no. Like, they actually do... They're one of those, like, smaller, I guess, indie/AA publisher studios that actually does kick some ass. And they, you know, like hell, even Carry On, that reverse horror game where you're playing as a giant meatball swallowing everyone up. Like, they definitely are what I like to call a pro indie game publisher. And that's something I have to commend them for. And is something that I would personally endorse. Personally, anyways. So yeah, no, I would put them pretty high. Again, I was heavily critical of their E3 presentation last year, but thankfully the one they just did actually really was... it was way better this year than it was last year, so I'll give them that too. And at least they're... I guess I can't really complain, because at least they're trying to do their own thing. So, at the end of the day, that's ultimately what matters, so... this one hurts me personally. DICE. The Battlefield people. Man, there was a time where I looked up to DICE. Like, to me, this was the studio for like how people felt like with Bungie or Blizzard, where it was like, or BioWare, where it was like, God, they were so good because they made 1942, Battlefield 2, 2142, Bad Company 2. Okay, to be fair, that's not my favorite Battlefield game. But they made so many good Battlefield games. Like, that was... Yes, they were a one-trick pony studio, but they were so damn good at their craft. Well, kind of a one-trick pony. They made Mirror's Edge, but honestly, I could give less of a fuck. But then that also brings up to what I want to talk about, is that, like, even in the late 2000s, I will have to just say this right now. Bad Company 1, I do not like that game at all. And like I said, I really don't like Mirror's Edge. I think that game is overrated for a game that's basically just crash-inducing first-person jumpy mechanics. And that's not fun. Also, 1943 was a waste of fucking money. I can't believe I actually bought that shit for the tier list last year. Which, speaking of the tier list, like, man, I still hold by the fact that Battlefield 1 is Battlefield 5 are inferior to Battlefield 4, and hell, even Battlefield Hardline. And then there's the statement that I made last year about 2042, where, oh, I thought this game was going to be great. I thought this, like, considering it was going to be like 3 years after they made Battlefield 5, it was going to be way better. Boy, I was fucking wrong, and I'm really pissed off about that because of that. Like, oh my god. The fact that Battlefield 2042 came out in the state that it did, and is still broken, by the way. It's been, what, fucking 9 months, 8 months since that game came out, and it's still broken, is unacceptable. And that's not even going into the bullshit involving what happened with the Battlefront games that they worked on. Like, granted, Battlefront 2 2017 is in a better spot than it was originally, but it's still not as good as the original Battlefront 2. And it pains me to do this, but like, man, DICE is just getting themselves clamored these days. Granted, again, I still hold the Infractor Engine games up to high regard, and I hold Battlefield 3 and 4 up in high regard. Like, those are my games for sure. But man, just thinking about it, I just really don't think that DICE was as great as I thought they were. Especially with all the controversies that they got involved with. And flat out fucking lying to their fans about certain content coming out and releasing less and less content as the Battlefield games have went on after Battlefield 4, which that's a whole other fucking thing. The fact that Battlefield 4 was released in the state that it did, that was unacceptable back then. Yeah, Battlefield 4, I admit I've definitely grown on the game, and I definitely do think that it's a better game than it was back then, but the fact that it was released back then in the first place is not excusable. So, again, obviously I'm in the philosophy of, like, a game basically is better released, okay. A game is better fixed than never fixed, but try to make sure that the game is fixed when you actually launch your game. That's my point. So, but unfortunately, they didn't listen. And they paid the price for it because no one's playing 2042. So, tier. All right, before we move on to their dad, I see someone's in chat. Hey, welcome back, Darkness Blade. Welcome back to stream. How have you been? So, because I'm gonna have to talk about this shit. So, EA. No. Of course. You guess where I'm gonna put EA. Guess where I'm gonna put EA. It ain't a fucking S tier or A tier. Yeah, no. F tier. Easy. Need I say more? Need I say more? Everyone else has explained why EA fucking sucks. The fucking overuse of expansion packs in the Sims series. The fucking loot box bullshit that they tried doing in many other games, including Dragon Age Inquisition, Star Wars Battlefront 2017, fucking Mass Effect Andromeda, fucking doing, like, basically pushing the loot box system down our fucking throats. Overindulgence of microtransactions. What they do with their fucking sports division with Madden is fucking disgusting. And the fact that, like, that basically led to the systems that we're dealing with now is just actually borderline criminal. The fact that they try to push their version of a live service just doesn't fucking work. And all it does is just piss people off. The fact that they lock certain games like SimCity 2013 and Darksport down some DRM always online bullshit. And then on top of all of that, try to argue that what they're trying to do is this good for the player? Like, no, it's not good for the fucking player, Andrew fucking Wilson. What you're doing is corporate bullshit. And I'm not gonna fucking tolerate that shit. And you know what sucks even more about this? Is despite how much EA fucking sucks as a corporation, as a company, as an overall business, they have some of the best fucking licenses in the goddamn world. Like, because they own DICE. Like, because DICE is like, it's like EA DICE now or whatever. And like I said, I love the Battlefield series. It's one of my favorite first-person shooter franchises ever. Also, they own BioWare, which they had the Mass Effect games, and they have the Dragon Age games. And obviously, they had Knights of the Old Republic, but EA didn't really have the Star Wars license at that point yet. And then when it came to, Crytek, guess who published the Crysis games? EA. They also own Visceral, which we'll talk about later, which had the Dead Space games. They also own Westwood Studios, which had the Command and Conquer games. Hell, they even had some other games that were well respected, like the Medal of Honor series and the Need for Speed series. And that what makes me so fucking mad is that, and hell, I even am guilty that I like The Sims. Yes, I like Sims 4. I like Sims 3. Hell, I like Sims 2. Yes, they shouldn't have been overexposed with the expansion packs on all those games, but they're guilty pleasures. And I like SimCity 4. And Spore is not that bad. We'll get to that with Maxis later, but you get my point. Is that it makes me mad that EA has to fuck all these studios over, because it's like, god damn it, dude. They have so many good games under the EA belt. And I would obviously go over just how much, Titanfall 2, and Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order are great through Respawn, but again, that's for later. But yeah, you get my point. It's EA that fucks these games over. Most of the time. With Anthem, that was clearly BioWare that was at fault at that game. And even 2042, a lot of that does have to do with DICE. But like 95% of the time, when there's some bullshit involved with an EA game, it's usually EA Direct's fault. And that's what I'm trying to get at with you guys, is that they own the rights to so many amazing franchises, but they do nothing but try to profit with them. Need I say more? Probably not, because we're already 2 hours in and I kind of want to get this going. So that's how I feel about them. So let's move on. All right, the Embracer Group. Okay, this one's kind of an interesting one because this one's not necessarily. This one technically doesn't even qualify under either. It's basically, for those who don't know, the Embracer Group is basically just a conglomeration of different like corporate entities, sort of combined into one, and they own like several different studios. It's kind of hard to describe per se, but either way, I mean. I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest. Yeah. They own, they basically own the remnants of what used to be THQ. They also own parts of 3D Realms and the Devolver Digital. And I'm pretty sure they also own Deep Silver, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, and they own Gearbox. Yes, they own Deep Silver now. And 3D Realms. And THQ. So it's kind of hard to describe, but it's basically just conglomeration of corporations. Come on, kitty, why are you so noisy? So, but I guess just either way, again, they own Devolver and they own 3D Realms, which I respect enough. But man, I hate the idea of corporate entities being owned by other like bigger corporate entities. It's one of the reasons why, it's one of the reasons why I'm mixed about the Microsoft Activision acquisition and Sony buying Bungie and just sort of this whole like thing, because it just feels like monopolization, and I'm not for monopolization. I'm for having competition in the market. So because again, you guys know my personal beliefs when it comes to economics. I'm not going to reaffirm them here, but it is what it is. All right, moving on. Ensemble. So this is speaking of Microsoft, one of Microsoft's studios that they used to own. Rest in peace though, because they're gone. They made the Age of Empires games as well as the first Halo Wars, and honestly, I would put them in an A tier. I think that the games that they worked on were pretty good. Age of Empires 1, yeah, it's flawed, but it's enjoyable for the most part. And Halo Wars 1, obviously, yes, it's also flawed, but it set the groundwork for what would come in Halo Wars 2, which is what I respect. And also, not to mention that a lot of people soy over freaking Age of Empires 2 anyways. Like, a lot of people love that game. I played it at one point. Yeah, I played it a couple years ago. I didn't stream it yet because I don't own it. I played it through Game Pass. But yeah, no, it's pretty fun. And hell, I would even say that Age of Empires 3 is not that bad of a game. Like, yeah, there were some weird design decisions that they made in that game, but like at the end of the day, I see it as a natural evolution to what was going on with the Age of Empires series as a whole anyways. So I'm not mad at Age of Empires 3. So, in that respect, yeah, no, I would put them in A tier. Granted, there was some bullshit that kind of got them involved. Like, it was kind of one of the reasons why they got shut down. Let me look this up. Because, yeah, they're no longer a thing. They've been gone for at least they've been gone for over a decade. They had like 6 games abandoned. So, oh, yeah. It had to do with a lot of internal drama, I think, and just a lot of people just leaving the studio. You know, ever since the late 90s, actually. So that's unfortunate, but whatever. At least their legacy I respect. So, yeah. Oh no, another studio that's like, God. Epic Games. God. Yeah, I'll put it in D tier. Man, I don't even think I need to explain this one. Okay, well, okay. The reason why they're not an F is because of their old franchise. Because, yeah, these were the people who made the Unreal games. And oh my god, I love Unreal and Unreal Tournament 1999. Those games fucking slap. And even Unreal Tournament 2004. Those games are pretty damn good. It just sucks that they are just a shell of their former self. Epic as a whole. Because, I mean, they eventually moved on to Gears of War, which, I mean, that was kind of whatever. And then they became less of a game studio and more or less just a distributor for their engine, which I will admit, like, Unreal Engine is a pretty big, it's a widely used engine. Like, I can guarantee you that like half the games that you play, if not more than half, use Unreal Engine of some sort. Like, it's such a, or at least a game that came out basically from 1998 onwards, if it came out, it probably used Unreal Engine of some sort. And in that respect, yes, it's a good engine. But holy fucking shit, shut the fuck up about the Battle Royale bullshit. Because, like, I am so sick and tired of that game popping up all the time. It's not a good game. I will argue to this to the fucking death. I never liked the fucking game when it came out. And I'm not naming the name of the game because it's a cursed word on my fucking stream. I played that game at my cousin's house once, and it just felt like the most, I don't want to say generic, but it just felt so uninspired of a game. Because it just felt like it was taking ideas from so many other sources, whether it be Team Fortress 2 with its graphics, PUBG when it came to its gameplay, and hell, even the shooting felt more in okay, to be fair, Gears of War was made, well, not even Gears of War, because Gears of War is a cover shooter, and so in that aspect, it honestly felt more in line with like a Ratchet and Clank, just more restrictive, if that makes sense. And honestly, just the pop cultural stuff I find just is so fucking annoying and just cringy. Like, every time I see someone do like a fucking, like, a default dance, a part of me just dies inside because it's so fucking annoying. You're not clever for fucking doing that. You're just following the trends on what everyone else is doing. And guess what? I'm a lucky man because I have not heard any reference of that game in at least 2 months. And that makes me super happy because people are starting to open up their third eye. Okay, I'm not, okay, fine. At the end of the day, if you like that game, that's fine. Just don't fucking be annoying about it. Especially for someone who literally couldn't avoid that fucking game throughout most of 2018. Like, I swear to God, it was everywhere in 2018. And that also, and it's even just besides that game. The Epic Game Store is such a dumb idea in the first place. It doesn't even come in par with like all the other online other online gaming stores. It definitely doesn't compete with Steam, but even like things like Origin, Uplay, GOG, Battle.net, it doesn't have the same features that it's required to have for an online gaming store, and it still doesn't have some of those features. So, and dude, I think I'm mostly just pissed off in general though, just going back to that game, is that it resulted in the death of a new Unreal Tournament game. Because there was originally going to be an Unreal Tournament 4 or Unreal Tournament 2014 or whatever the fuck you want to call it. There was originally going to be that game. Then that other game came out. And because it racked up all the profits, they basically just sold their soul to the devil, for lack of better terms. I know I'm an atheist, but just for context, they basically abandoned their roots. Once you abandon your roots, you know that you're TFG. So once you abandon your roots and your principles, I don't give a shit anymore. Give us back Unreal Tournament. Don't fucking fall for that other bullshit. So, and honestly, just because of that, I would honestly put the blame on Epic Games for halting the retro shooter revival, because it was because of their popular battle royale that resulted in battle royales being the craze instead of retro shooters. And that's a damn shame. So, again, they're not F tier because, again, that legacy is still there, kind of. And again, Unreal Engine is a pretty good engine. Don't get me wrong. Like, is it a CryEngine or hell even like Valve's Source Engine? I wouldn't say so, but it's still an engine I respect because it's the most widely used. But man, that they're really trying to remove that legacy. Dude, the fact that they don't even have the Unreal games on their own store or the Gears of War games on their own store really just showcases that to me. So sad. Like, you blew it. But whatever. Damn it, I don't have a sound effect for that, but it's a damn shame. So, but whatever. Oh wait, no, I have one. Epic Games?
It's not good.
Yeah. You said it. Alright, before we move on, I'm gonna read chat. Been good, have been blown up. Enough with the engine. You've always talked about the engine. And yeah, no, EA, it just sucks because EA used to not be terrible. There was a time when EA actually wasn't that bad. But starting around the mid-2000s, that's when things started to go bad. So that's my thing about EA. And also just the fact that they have so many IPs that are good, just the company itself sucks. Also, hope you get your PlayStation account figured out. So, because that sucks too. Yikes. Anyways, let's move on. Face Punch. You know what? I'm gonna put the studio in S tier. They're the people who made Gary's Mod and Rust. You guys know how much I like Gary's Mod. I have way too many hours clocked in on Gary's Mod. You guys, like, it's not even funny. And I did play Rust, and Rust, honestly, like, it's kind of a BR. It's more of a survival game. It's more of a survival game than a battle royale. And yeah, no, Rust is pretty good. It's not my favorite game in the world, but I can see why people like it. And hell, these guys are also, I think, working on a spiritual successor to Gary's Mod, if I'm not mistaken. Like, that's what they've been trying to do in the past, like, was it 3 or 4 years? So that's pretty cool. Granted, I think they're trying to do it on. They're not doing it in the Source engine anymore. They're doing it on a different engine, which is like, whoa. But yeah, no, good luck to them, and I respect you guys for sure. So more so than most of these other ones. So like most of these other studios. So yeah. All right. Fat Shark. Oh, and they're also not a one-trick pony, thankfully. Next up, Fat Shark. This is an example of studio that honestly they actually sucked at first. Like, they really sucked. But since the release of Vermintide, they've actually gotten better. I would put these guys in B tier as well. Because Vermintide 1 and 2, they're pretty good. Especially 2. 2 is awesome. And from what I can tell with Darktide, it's going to look pretty great. So again, I think my big issues with Fat Shark though is, I mean, number one, since Vermintide, it just feels like they've been kind of a one-trick pony in the sense that they really aren't working on any other type of games, or at least none that I'm aware of. Oh, but also, yeah, no, like again, like I said, a lot of their early games are just not that good. Did everyone forget that they worked on Escape Dead Island? Objectively the worst Dead Island game, from what I've heard. So yeah, they made that, and then also just excessive microtransactions, or well, micro DLC, not necessarily microtransactions, but micro DLC specifically for Vermintide 2. Like, yes, I'm all for cosmetic stuff, but like, do we really need to have like paid cosmetics, especially by 2018? Don't get me wrong, Vermintide 2 is a phenomenal game. As a matter of fact, in terms of Left 4 Dead style of games, I actually prefer it over Left 4 Dead. So, in that aspect, yeah, no, the game itself is good. And because of that, I do have high hopes for Darktide. But just tone down the paid DLC, at least a little bit, Fat Shark. If you somehow watch this, that's all I ask. So, they probably won't listen to this, but whatever. Alright, next up. Ooh, Firaxis. And you know what? This is another studio that I honestly would put in S tier. These are the people who made the Sid Meier's games, so Civilization, and then the newer XCOM games. You guys know how you guys know how much I love XCOM 1 and 2. Like, or XCOM Enemy Unknown, and then XCOM 2. Oh my god, they're so good. Like, honestly, I'm honestly regretting not putting XCOM 2 in God tier in the last tier list. It's that good. Like, go check it out. And then obviously the Civilization franchise being such a mega giant when it comes to strategy games itself. Like, it's the most well-known turn-based and grand strategy game out there. It's a franchise I do respect and have been getting into a lot recently. Like, I've been playing recently a lot of Civilization 5, and it still holds up. I do recommend. And again, that proves to me that they're not a one-trick pony. They don't just work on Civilization. Like, they have the ability to work on other styles of games and even exceed expectations. And that's something that I have to respect. Like, 2K were definitely wise in making these guys just do what they want, because whenever they can do whatever they can, they pump out gold. Now, admittedly, these, like, the Civilization and XCOM games, they're not for everyone. I am well aware. But if you want to, I highly recommend you guys check out both franchises. So, even like the games not made by Firaxis in the XCOM series, because the older XCOM games from the 90s are actually pretty damn good. So, I highly recommend. So, alright, next up, Focus. Funny enough, I actually confuse this studio a lot with, or this publisher a lot with Deep Silver. I don't know, to me they're so similar to each other. Granted, okay, what games did they publish? Oh, okay. So they did publish Divinity, like Divinity Original Sin, like all those games. The Surge, Greedfall, Aliens Fireteam Elite. They do a lot. They also publish a lot of Warhammer games, so Battlefield Gothic Armada or Battlefield Gothic Armada, excuse my language, and Space Hulk Deathwing. I think that's what it's called. And then their biggest claim to fame in recent years is A Plague Tale. So that's pretty big, if you ask me. And now even Farming Simulator. But the one thing that kind of taints it for me is sticks. Oh boy. So yeah, no, I have a history with sticks. I played it last year. It's basically like a stealth game. But God, I fucking hate how restrictive that game is in terms of its stealth. It's so annoying. That game annoys the fuck out of me, just on a personal level. Also, they published the Technomancer, which I heard that game was meh, so can't really say anything about that. But honestly, just thinking about it, I would put them in the same place as Devolver. Just obviously, like, they're actually really not that different. They just play different roles in just how they're able to promote like AA studios, because this is more of a AA studio publisher, and a lot of the games that they publish are pretty underrated gems, I'd say, and I think that's what they specialize for sure in. So if I were you guys, I would check out some of their Warhammer games that they publish. I would also recommend the Divinity games, and a Plague Tale. And if you want like a Dark Souls, Soulsborne style of game, check out The Surge. It has its flaws, but it's definitely an interesting take on Soulsborne games, because it's more sci-fi themed. So it's a bit different enough that I would recommend it. So, all right, next up, Frictional. These guys made the Penumbra games, Soma, and Amnesia. Now, the Amnesia games are pretty good. Obviously, everyone soys for Dark Descent, but I would even argue that Machine for Pigs was actually fine. I didn't think that game was that bad, per se. And the Penumbra games, they were more experiments than anything else, but obviously they would lead up to what Amnesia would become. Then you get Soma. Soma. What the fuck was that piece of shit? So, I don't know, that really does taint it for me. And also, a lot of people really didn't like Amnesia Rebirth, because they just simply said it was not a horror game. So it was more of a walking sim, similar to Layers of Fear, which, if that's the case, combining the fact that the Penumbra games aren't really all that tenseful either, I hate to do it, but C tier. Though I'd rather play Amnesia over Layers of Fear, so because of that, but I'd rather play Layers of Fear than Soma, though. Fuck. Damn it, man. Shameful. Whatever, I'll put it right next to Bloober for now. So that's how I feel. Oh, speaking of soy, though, we reached it. From Software. Get your soys out in the chat now, because it's From Software. Everyone loves From Software. I know. They're like the best company ever. Dark Souls is the best thing in the world. Bloodborne beats out every other PlayStation 4 game. Sekiro is amazing. I know. Even, Elden Ring is the big talk of the town. I know. And I will just kind of fully admit this. Yes, I alluded to this earlier. I only really played the original Demon Souls and Bloodborne. I will say this. Those games are hard as fuck. Like, they are fucking hard. And I don't put that lightly. They are not easy games. Like, if you want to get into a Soulsborne game, I would recommend taking incremental steps in terms of just what you want to get into before you get into Dark Souls, or in my case, Demon Souls and Bloodborne. Though, to be fair, Bloodborne is actually, I think, the best game when it comes to a beginner From Software game. Like, if you want to get into Soulsborne games, like if you want to get into like specifically From Software games, I think that is probably your best bet, because it is, from what I can tell, more forgiving than most others. So Maybe Elden Ring would be another case, because I've seen gameplay of that game, and it does look like it's also pretty forgiving. So, but in that regard, yeah, it's frustrating at points, but I understand why. So, and honestly, they're not my favorite studio. I think people put them a bit too highly, because people need to also recognize that it's not everyone's type of game. Like, there's people who would get absolutely enraged if they kept dying over and over and over again. That's just the thing. That's just going to happen. But for what it's worth, yeah, no, I can see why people like From Software. I'd put them in A tier. No higher than a lower A, though, because, again, I need to play more games. Also, well, okay, they're actually not a one-trick pony, because that's the thing, is that Demon Souls was not their first game. They worked on this other series called the Armored Core series, which was, funny enough, just a mech fighting game series. It was much easier than Dark Souls, which is really funny to me. But yeah, no, they're not a one-trick pony, and they were able to showcase that they're, like, even within their own genre, they're able to change things up, because Demon Souls and Bloodborne, they actually play very differently from each other. It just depends on how you, like, want to play personally. So, and that's something I respect. Though, can we please get a PC port of Bloodborne? Or at least give me a goddamn fucking PlayStation 4 version that has the DLC with it. Please. Just whatever. Alright. Moving on. Frontier Developments. These guys... Oh, yeah. These guys... You know what? I'm going to put these guys also in A tier. I respect them. Because they worked on Roller Coaster Tycoon 3. Pretty damn good game, I'd say. They also worked on Planet Coaster, which is another game I like, and Planet Zoo, which I heard was pretty good, and Elite Dangerous, which is a pretty underrated, space-themed dungeon crawler game. It's actually kind of unique. I recommend everyone check it out. Unfortunately, though, they did make Zoo Tycoon 2013, and from what I can tell with people, people did not like that game. But thankfully, that was only just one flop. It did seem like it was just a fluke. So, at the end of the day, yeah, no, Frontier seems fine, and there really wasn't a lot of controversy. So, yeah. All right, next up. Gearbox. This is actually going to be another controversial take. This is going to be a hot take, actually, as a matter of fact. So, obviously, their claim to fame is the Borderlands games. Like, everyone talks about Borderlands, and everyone, there's tons of people who praise it to high heaven. Even my friend Kai loves Borderlands. Like, Borderlands 2 is their favorite game. But I hate to do what I just did. I hate to do the same thing that I did with Bungie when it comes to this studio. Is that honestly, there's way more stuff I don't like from Gearbox than I do that I like. Hell, even within the Borderlands series, because I've played Borderlands 2 and the pre-sequel, and then parts of Tales of the Borderlands. I know that technically it wasn't made by Gearbox. It's made by Telltale, which we'll get to later. And while mechanically, Borderlands 2 is a pretty good game. Like, Handsome Jack is an amazing villain. The amount of stuff they're able to unlock. And in terms of being a looter shooter, like, it's pretty good. Like, in matter of fact, I can argue it's as good as you can get, because every other looter shooter, i.e. Destiny, The Division, Anthem, tried to come off the coattails of what Borderlands was trying to do, and none were able to do it as well as Borderlands, at least in the loot aspect, or even like the shooting aspect. However, I'm not gonna lie, and to be fair, this is just a me thing. This might just be a me thing. I get super fucking bored after like the first, like, let's say 5 or 6 hours of this game. Like, I haven't even gone outside of like that main hub area outside of the city, because I don't know, I just get so bored after a while. Like, again, it's not bad, it feels like everything's so far away from where you want to go, and that just loses the experience. That just loses it for me. And I was kind of feeling the same thing with the pre-sequel. It just felt to me like the game was bloated. And honestly, when it comes to a lot of the non-Borderlands games made by Gearbox, oh boy. So Brothers in Arms is a game series that I've talked about plenty of times on the channel. Hell, I even streamed the first game, and man, those first 2 games have aged like piss. They are not good at all. Like, the shooting sucks in those games. The story is just really mid. It's super fucking frustrating near the end of both of those fucking games. It's, god damn it, I fucking hate that shit so much. Like, those games are bad. Except for Hell's Highway. Hell's Highway is actually really damn good. It does play similar to Rainbow Six Vegas in the sense that it is a cover-based first-person shooter that has squad commands, but I'd rather play something more in line with that than the fucking bullshit that I had to do with the first 2 Brothers in Arms games, because they're basically just the same game, just a different story. But that really does showcase, though, that like there's more bad than there is good with the Brothers in Arms games. And honestly, Godfall, really, like, that's just a dumb name and a dumb RPG. So don't play that game. And then they're also the ones responsible for making Aliens Colonial Marines, my worst ranked game on the most recent tier list besides this one, the last tier list. It's bad. It's really, really fucking bad. So, and this might sound heretical to some people, but honestly, people hold Gearbox way too fucking high in regard. Like, because the thing is that if their best games are the third game of a trilogy, which the first 2 games weren't good weren't really that good to begin with. The mechanics and the characters of a game that's kind of bloated, and the expansion of Half-Life 1, because that was their first thing. They actually worked on Half-Life Opposing Force, which was like an expansion, which, quite frankly, to be fair, it's actually way better than Half-Life 1 is. Fight me. But if they're really known for like 3 out of like the 15, 16 things that they worked on, does that really make them a good studio? And my answer is no. I'm sorry. Like, and I tried my hardest to like some of the stuff. And again, most of that does stem from Aliens Colonial Marines being as bad as it is. Because it's bad. It's really bad. And also, again, the whole concept of Godfall alone was really dumb to begin with. And it was just a bad idea. So, I don't care if Kai finds this and fucking gives me shit. I will fucking stand by this decision. Because Gearbox is an overrated studio. They're not a good studio. Like, generally speaking. And just the fact that they have an identity crisis pretty much showcases and just proves my point. Because to me, they're the example of a studio that has the opposite problem of being a one-trick pony. They're too spread out. They're too spread thin with ideas. And it really shows in a lot of their games. So, Yet again, what do I know? Yet again, what do I know? All right, next up. GSC Game World. These are the people who made both the Stalker games and the Cossacks games. And yeah, no, I would put them in A tier. Way better than Gearbox. Like, Stalker, to me, doesn't bore me. Which is weird, because it's actually really not that... Like, when you think about it, it's actually really... I mean, it's different mechanically, but it's really not that different from Borderlands, in the sense that it's basically a bunch of segmented, like, zones, where you have to find, like, loot and stuff, right? Granted, the mechanics are completely different between Borderlands and Stalker, but I think what makes me more engaged with Stalker than the Borderlands games is just simply just power level. Like, Stalker is a much harder game in comparison, because it's a survival, it's a survival first-person shooter hybrid game. And, or, well, the whole franchise for Stalker in general. And to me, it puts more pressure and engages me at least a little bit more than, say, like, you know, what Borderlands 2 did, where it's a very structured story, and also you're very goddamn strong even at the beginning of the game. Like, oh my god, I was fucking wrecking people with my goddamn sniper in Borderlands 2. And it just got boring, man. It really, like, to me, that got more boring because I was just wrecking everyone. But with Stalker, I was more engaged with trying to, you know, fix my character and whatnot. And again, I am well aware that I've stated in the past that, oh, I just rather would play, you know, like, easier games than hard games. And while I definitely am of that belief, I'm also of the belief that, like, if it's going to be easy, don't make it boring. So, but that's just my take, at least. And then as for the other Stalker games, I actually have been able to at least play them and dabble in them a little bit. And yeah, no, they're still pretty good. And I did play Cossacks 1 and 2. And yeah, no, they're actually alright RTS games. Are they the best RTS games in the world? Not by a long shot, but in terms of just being a bit more unique to, like, a Napoleonic Wars style of, you know, setting, not indifferent from Age of Empires 3, funny enough. Yeah, I would recommend. So, and that's how I feel about GSC. Alright, next up, GT Interactive. So, okay, this one's actually kind of an interesting case, because this is another company that just doesn't exist anymore. Rest in peace. And technically kind of merged with Atari. I don't know. The history with GT Interactive is so muddled, because the thing is that, like, just a lot of the information about GT Interactive on Wikipedia just doesn't fucking show up. But basically, for those who don't know what GT Interactive is that they were mostly a publishing studio for a lot of games throughout the mid-90s to the early 2000s. They were the ones responsible for publishing Oddworld Abe's Odyssey, as well as Monolith Productions' original first-person shooter series, Blood, as well as, I think, they also helped publish the Unreal games. So, well, before Unreal Tournament 2004, Atari published that one. Well, as Atari. And, yeah, no, at least in terms of support, they were good, but they were very strict. From what I've gathered, they were very strict when it came to deadlines of releasing games. Like, when it came to Monolith Productions in particular, the quality between Blood 1 and Blood 2 is so astronomical that it's, like, insulting to the consumer. Because Blood 1 is actually a pretty good game. Like, it's a Doom clone, but it's a pretty enjoyable one. And Caleb is a pretty underrated protagonist because he's not a hero at all, but he's not a villain. So, but Blood 2 was released, I think, like just about a year after Blood 1, and my god, the game sucks. Like, you have to do so many patches just to get it like working, even on modern, like even on like old computers. Like on modern computers, you have to make like patches or whatever, otherwise the game is just broken. But even then, just the level design is so goddamn confusing. But whatever. So because of just the sketchy stuff, and also just the fact that like a lot of these different studios ended up doing their own thing anyways, I guess I'll put this in a C tier. Because like, man, once you start pressuring for deadlines in such a really odd capacity like that, nah, fam. There's a reason why you got merged. So yeah, that's a bit of a yikes. Oh yeah, I'll do. Okay, sorry, my throat is starting to hurt, and I am getting a little bit hungry. So I'll do one more game, and then one more studio, and then I'll be right back. So, all right, Gorilla. So Gorilla, they made the Killzone games and they made Horizon games. So, I mean, I really don't like Horizon Zero Dawn. As a Sony fan, I don't care about Horizon Zero Dawn, like, at all. But I actually like Killzone. So, but they're just a studio I never grew up with, so I'll put them mid for now. Because I don't hate them, but I don't love them, so that's just how I feel. But alright, yeah. I'll be right back. So again, I'm getting a little bit hungry, and it's going to be another long stream, so. Though thankfully we are moving quick, so that's fun. But yeah, I'll get some food. My cousins just left 3 slices of pizza for me, so if any of you are watching this in the future, or if you're watching now, I thank you, because yeah, this job ain't easy. That's how they say it, ain't. Yeah, I know. It's software. Honestly, I would put these guys in S tier as well. I mean, obviously being the forefathers of creating the first-person shooter as we know it, pretty much puts them in high regard. Also, even just making good games nowadays, like, and honestly, I don't think they've ever made a bad game. Well, maybe except for Quake Champions, but that one wasn't fully an id Software game. Well, I guess Rage as well. I don't know. They definitely have quality in their games. Like overall, I would definitely say that they, generally speaking, never have made like a objectively bad game. Because Wolfenstein 3D, yeah, it's dated, but it's still good, especially for the time period that came out. It came out 30 years ago, by the way. Fuck. And then obviously Doom 1 and Doom 2. Quake was pretty good. It's my favorite id Software game, by the way. Quake 2, Quake 3, not Quake 4, that was Raven that made that, which we'll get to them at some point. And then Doom 3, which people shit on Doom 3, but I don't fucking care. That game is good. Like, people are just haters. And then they also made Rage, which Rage was fine. Like, yeah, did it feel a lot like Fallout? Yeah, but again, you're talking to someone who doesn't like Fallout, so it's mostly just because of the aesthetics and just how dull the game is, so. And obviously Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal. Those games are great. And I recommend them. So, yeah, no, id Software, I would put them in S tier. Because they've never made a bad game, and I can't think of any controversies that... Or at least any recent controversies. Maybe they had some sort of a advertisement thing that happened. Oh, well, also the freaking... Oh, they're causing video game violence. But it's like, no, the video games don't cause violence. We've talked about this plenty of times on stream, so... Yeah. Infinity Ward. So... We got a Call of Duty studio, ladies and gentlemen. Although, to be fair, I would probably... Okay, in terms of, like, the individual Call of Duty studios... Yeah, no, Infinity Ward is pretty much a one-trick pony, I feel like. Because they just work on nothing but Call of Duty. Though, to be fair, they have made a few of the better ones. Like, I'd argue that Call of Duty 2 and Call of Duty 4 are pretty good. Yes, I know Call of Duty gets shit on, and yes, Activision sucks and all that fun stuff, and I'm probably never going to play, you know, an Infinity Ward game for at least a long while. That sucks. But, in terms of, like, games that were coming out at the time, there's a reason why, you know, Call of Duty 4 was as big as it was. It was because it just sort of took all these, like, ideas and honestly didn't try to make it its own. Because it wasn't really a ripoff of other games. Unlike, you know, something like Fork Knife, where it just feels just purposely trying to take things up. Like, the closest thing that you can compare to Call of Duty at the time was probably Rainbow Six, but even then, Rainbow Six and Call of Duty are two completely different franchises and play completely different. Like, they play completely different from each other. So, at the same time, though, Infinity Ward did kind of dip in quality by the time of Modern Warfare 2, plus the fact that a lot of the people left that studio to make Respawn, which is funny because Infinity Ward came from a bunch of ex-EA employees, only for said EA employees to go back to EA. So that's really funny. But in terms of just the quality of Infinity Ward, like, Ghosts, not good. Infinite Warfare, multiplayer sucked. So, I guess I'll put them at... They're mid, so I'll put them in, like, a low B. So, that's just how I feel. I know I keep putting a lot of games either in B or C. It's mostly just because, again, a lot of studios, it really just depends on what controversies are involved with the studios, as well as just the games that the studios make. Because if a game studio has, like, you know, one game I like, but makes, like, 5-10 games I don't give a shit about, then, like, I'm not gonna care. So, and, you know, some people might think differently from that, but it is what it is. Alright, oh god, Insomniac Games. Man, this one is a tricky one to talk about, because Insomniac... Okay, it's one of the Sony... It's another one of the Sony developers. And... yeah, no, I would say that in terms of, like, the games that they make... Oh, easy easily like a high tier. But hold on, let me look up something. Like, yeah, like obviously, like Ratchet and Clank is one of my favorite franchises of all time. It was one of the franchises I grew up with. And then a lot of people like the Resistance games. A lot of people love the new Spider-Man games. And Spyro, it's a pretty good franchise. You know, like I grew up with Spyro 1. And that game is pretty badass, if you ask me. And if we're focusing just on the games themselves, I would put them in S tier. Unfortunately, though, there was a bit of controversy back in 2020. Yeah, no, basically there were some allegations about abuse going on in Insomniac. And yeah, granted, okay, it seemed like these, okay, yeah, oh yeah, that's right. So yeah, there were some accusations made against Ubisoft about them like doing stuff to their employees. In this particular case, these were proven false, which you can't really say a lot about when it comes to other game studios or publishers, i.e., yeah. So I guess in that aspect, I would probably put them in A tier. So it does suck that happens, but again, I'm really hoping these are fake. I don't want to be fucking defending goddamn sex offenders, please, because dude, I've unintentionally did that shit in the past, and I'm not gonna let that happen again. So like, I'm not seeing anything involving the company with, wait, what? Okay, I'll put it in, like, B tier. God damn it. Because that's pretty cringe. Because I'm seeing multiple sources from multiple, like, years. So, well, that sucks. Again, the games are so good! Oh, okay, to be fair, though, Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal, I do remember this, though. Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal apparently was a game that was put on crunch. Because they made a Ratchet and Clank game basically every single year. It was basically their Call of Duty. Like, Sony's Call of Duty. That was essentially what Ratchet and Clank was. Or at least that's how they treated it. Which, in that aspect, I am not okay with. So, now as for the allegations, I don't know. Because I'm not seeing any other dates. Though I am seeing multiple, like, I'm seeing multiple pages from different years. So I have no idea if anything is true involving that or not, but like, ouch. So that's all I've got to say is ouch. All right, next up, IO Interactive. Now this I feel way more comfortable putting in A tier, but for different reasons. So Hitman, amazing franchise. Go out and play the Hitman games. Except for maybe the first one, but that's only because that one's dated. So, most of their games are amazing in the Hitman franchise. God, excuse me. And also, even some of their non-Hitman related projects, such as Freedom Fighters and Mini Ninjas, are fun distractions at best, or at the worst, and at best they're pretty engaging, i.e. Freedom Fighters. The only reason why they're not an S tier though is because of fucking Kane and Lynch. That was a big mistake that I hope that IO just completely forgets about, because those games looked bad. Really bad. So, though again, similar to freaking Frontier or CD Projekt Red, it was definitely a fluke, because they redeemed themselves with Hitman. Though I do hope that they move back to at least experimenting, because I wouldn't be against a Freedom Fighter sequel or a Mini Ninja sequel in the future. And I do hope that they don't fully go back to being a one-trick pony. Well, to be fair, they kind of already have. So that's all I ask. All right, Ion Storm. It's kind of going to be another contentious one, but honestly, I would put these guys an F. Yes, I know. One of the Johns, who originally was part of the id Software, was a part of this project. God, I wish he didn't. I mean, Daikatana, man. Like, granted, okay, Daikatana in principle is not bad, but the mechanics, from what I can tell, are. And that's why that game flopped back in the early 2000s, like in the year 2000 or whatever. It's because of forced slowed sections, and poor AI is what ruined Daikatana. And yeah, no, that's a great start for your studio. And then we get to Deus Ex, which I still stand by that while the story is actually pretty good, and while it trying to advance, like RPG mechanics throughout games is fine, the combat still fucking sucks, and I still stand by that. I don't fucking care what people say. Like, oh, you're just bad at the game. No, motherfucker. The fucking reticle shouldn't be moving like crazy, especially considering that Rainbow Six has a much more fucking lenient reticle thing or whatever. Like, if Rainbow Six is able to have a more reasonable shooting mechanic than your goddamn game, then maybe your goddamn game has really shitty controls. So, and again, keep in mind, Rainbow Six is a tactical shooter, and it came out in 1998. So there's no excuse, at least in my mind. But whatever. So, I'm sorry. I hate to do this at Ion Storm, but nah, fam. This was a bad project to begin with. And it shows because they don't exist anymore. They paid the price. Sorry. Alright, next up. Irrational Games. Ooh. You know what? I'm gonna put this studio... Wait, they're the ones I'm thinking of, right? Yeah. I'd put them in A tier. They're the ones who worked on System Shock 2 and Bioshock 1 and Bioshock Infinite. So, I think it pretty much says for itself. Yeah, System Shock 2 is not my... System Shock in general is not my favorite game. But unlike Deus Ex, the shooting actually, and the combat actually fucking works. So because of that, I give them a pass. And of course, Bioshock is, considered to be one of the best first-person shooters ever made. And in terms of just lore building, it's considered to be one of the best games just in that regard. Well, yeah, no.
That's pretty good. And then BioShock Infinite. I've always felt like people have either loved or hated BioShock Infinite. There's some people who say that the game sucks, and there's some people who say that that game's awesome. I haven't played it yet, so I can't tell you what for shit, but from what I can tell, it's at least different, so. But yeah, no. I respect. Alright, oh god, King's Isle. Alright, here we go. King's Isle. Hari har har. Wizard 101, Pyro 101. You still haven't finished Pyro 101. I know. And again, dude, this is another studio similar to DICE, where it was like, this was the thing. This was the studio for like games that I looked up to back in the day. But man, in recent years especially, I'm sorry. Actually, yeah, I'm sorry. Again, it mostly stems from the fact that they keep fucking changing Wizard 1. Like, they need to stop patching shit. They're ruining the fucking game. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I still stand by the fact that I hate how they changed the tutorial section, and I don't like how it just feels like they're stretching themselves out too thin in Wizard 101, at least in terms of mechanics, because they made the game. It's kind of a World of Warcraft problem that I have with the Wizard 101, where they changed the game so much that it doesn't seem like we're ever going to come back, or they're even going to come out with a classic mode. Because especially since they're a much smaller studio than Blizzard is, so it's like I don't even have the chance to play a classic Wizard 101 ever again, unless if someone is able to find all the files and make their own server. But I doubt that, and that sucks. So, and then the whole Pirate 101 situation, where they completely abandoned the game for years. And they still haven't done anything with it. And it's been almost a decade since it came out. Like, it's going to be a decade old by the end of the year. And then they've abandoned the game more than they've actually updated the game. Like, what the fuck? Like, if you're not going to have it on anymore, at least just shut it down. Because you're just wasting server money. So, like, just let people just at least deal with the pain of not having to play the game anymore. So, and just give it to the fans. But either way, man, I'm sorry, but like, and I know I'm talking shit on a smaller studio, but like, dude, I think what really exemplifies this though is the microtransaction store in this fucking game, because it's inexcusable. You thought EA was bad? Wait until you fucking see the crown shop in this fucking thing. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, really? $25 for a fucking pet? Like, really? I'm not kidding. Like, there's an in-game pet that costs $25 for you to own. Like, come on, man. Like, that's ridiculous. Not to mention the game is pay to win. Like, it is pay to win. There's no debate about it. It's been proven by in-game gear stats that it's pay to win. And that sucks. So, what a shame, because I like Wizard 101 and I like Pyro 101. But man, the monetization is ridiculous in this game. So, sad. God. Sorry, I keep fucking doing that shit. Oh. Actually, how much longer is this list? Hold on. Actually,
Okay, what I am actually going to do is I'm probably just going to speed this up a little bit by just going through all of the studios that I don't really have an opinion on. And just kind of going from there. So, all right. Yeah, let's do this. All right, Koei Tecmo. I guess C tier. Because, yeah, they're the ones who own the licenses to Neo and the Warrior series, like Dynasty Warriors, Samurai Warriors, all that stuff. And as a publisher, I mean, they just kind of exist, so can't really say much about them. Machine Games. C tier as well. They're kind of a one-trick pony studio. New Order was really good. Old Blood, New Colossus, and then Young Blood was just blah. So, honestly, I would even argue that they probably deserve D. So, yeah, no. They're just a one-trick pony studio, which sucks. So, alright, Midway. These are the original Mortal Kombat developers, and because of that, I don't care. So, yeah, this is just an instance where I just don't care. Sorry. NetherRealms, they're the newer developers for that, and honestly, just the same thing. Like, I'm sorry, I just don't care. So, deal with it. Omega Force. Who were these guys again? Okay, they are one of the Koei Tecmo developers, right? Yes, these are the ones. These are the guys who make all the Warriors games. And I mean, the Warriors games are fine, so I'll put them in C tier. Though Dynasty Warriors 9 was bad, and Samurai Warriors 5 looked mid. So it looked better, but it looked mid. All right. Raven. So these guys worked on Heretic and Hexen, as well as Soldier of Fortune, and is now relegated as a support Call of Duty studio. So I'll put them in B tier. Yeah, I know I chat on Heretic whenever I played it, but that was only just because it was a well done Doom clone mod. Like, that's basically, it's a glorified like Doom mod. That's essentially what I describe it. So it's not bad, but it's going to whatever. Though, to be fair, Soldier of Fortune 1 and 2, that's what's putting them up there. Also, I'm pretty sure they worked on another game that I somehow can't think of. Hold on, let me go up. Because they worked on Wolfenstein 2009 and Quake 4. So they have worked on some decent stuff. So because of that, I'll put them in B tier. Rebellion, also kind of B tier, but admittedly, well, mid to high, I'd say. They work on the Sniper Elite games. And, yeah, Sniper Elite 3 is great. Sniper Elite 4 is pretty awesome. I heard Sniper Elite 5 was pretty good, so that's nice. And then, what else did they work on? Oh yeah, the Zombie Army games and Strange Brigade, which are fine distractions. And then they also worked on the portable versions of, like, all the late 2000s Star Wars Battlefront games that were on the PSP. That's what they worked on. And those are fine. So, just kind of a whatever studio. Actually, now I think about it, probably lower B. Just now I think about it, but respectable. IMO. Who else do I not really have an opinion on? Oh, Supergiant. I mean, yeah, Supergiant I respect. Though, to be fair, the only game I ever played by them is Hades, so... Though Hades was good. So there we go. All right, Team 17. They worked on the Worms games and the Escapist games, so because of that, I'm gonna put them in like C tier because I don't care for Worms. And the Escapists I've always found to be just kind of too bullshit, because like somehow the security guys are able to find you like super easily, which I find just ludicrous, but whatever. What else is... I don't know. There's just kind of a whatever thing for me. Alright, Sierra. They're also not existent anymore. Rest in peace. And they have the King's Quest games, which I respect, and they have the Police Quest / the SWAT games under their belt, at least when it comes to publishing rights go for. And yes, I know I'm probably the one person who would say ACAB, but like SWAT 4 was actually surprisingly a good tactical shooter, even if the theming wasn't my cup of tea. But they're just kind of a whatever thing. I don't feel really negatively or positively about them. They existed and they're just kind of gone. So, and honestly, now I think about it, that's kind of the same way how I feel about THQ. Because these guys worked on the Nickelodeon games, like a lot of the licensed Nickelodeon games. They also had the Red Faction games. And they also had the original Warhammer game licenses. So they had Dawn of War 1 and 2 and Space Marine. Ooh, okay. But they also had fucking the first Homefront game, which, to be fair, multiplayer looked like it was fun, but I was never ever able to play it. So, I mean, I'll put them in B tier. But like, man, well, okay, well, in recent years, THQ has been doing actually pretty damn good. Because haven't they, like, because like THQ is technically not gone. It's through THQ Nordic, which is what they're subsidiary in like Europe. Yeah, Sweden. Yeah, what games have they been working on recently? Because they made a few games recently that I thought were pretty impressive. Hold on. Oh! Okay, so THQ Nordic. Oh, sorry, I'm just being stupid right now. Oh, they're trying to work on a new Time Splitters game, and they've been doing stuff with the Kings of Alamur Reckoning thing. So okay. Oh. Oh, this was the fucking thing that made... Okay, this was the thing I was talking about earlier with, not the Embracer group, one of the fucking earlier ones, where I was like, there was some sort of controversy. Yeah, no, this is... damn it. C tier. Yeah, because with THQ Nordic, there's apparently a piece of shit who's being accused of having certain imagery on his laptop. Yeah, that sucks. Again, nothing has been like confirmed yet, but cringe. I don't want to think about it. Let's move on. All right, Supermassive Games. What you got? Oh, Until Dawn and okay, yeah, the Man of Medan. They also made the Quarry. Yeah, I don't care because, and okay, you know what? Honestly, I'm gonna put Quantum Dream on the same category because they're basically the same studio. Like I genuinely just don't give a shit about these two studios because they're basically like not art house studios, but they basically all they do is they basically just make movie video games. Like as in like it's more about like interacting with certain scenes rather than like actually playing a game. Which low key, at least for me, just is the most uninspired piece of gaming media ever. I don't care how good the story is, because it's like, dude, I just want to play. I'm playing a video game just so I can play a game, not to watch a fucking movie. So, sorry if you don't like that, but yeah, no, I don't give a shit about either of these. No amount of Jason memes are gonna convince me that Heavy Rain is some like masterpiece that's gonna open my third eye or some bullshit. Like seriously, people fawn over Heavy Rain all the time, and Detroit Become Human, and it's like, dude, I don't care. I literally don't care. Also, like the Man of Medan, that's just a dumb name. Like seriously. So yeah, no. All right, next up. All right, Team Ninja. These guys made the 2000s Ninja Gaiden games, as well as Neo, which the Ninja Gaiden games from that fucking decade were so fucking hard. Granted, the NES games weren't that weren't easy either, but like God, this shit low key almost predates Dark Souls in terms of its stuff. Which that's actually funny that I think about it, because Neo itself is considered a Soulsborne game, which is a game I actually played. And yeah, no, they're fine enough. I'll put them in B tier because Neo is pretty alright. Even fucking Ninja Gaiden 1 is goddamn hard. So yeah, that's a thing. Santa Monica, also known as the God of War studio. And again, One Trick Pony, C tier. Don't get me wrong, I actually have played God of War 2005. It's pretty good. But the fact that you guys only made God of War games, yeah, that I don't like. Yeah, I don't like that personally. So, One Trick Pony, no thanks. All right, what's up next? Techland. These guys made the Dead Island games as well as Dying Light, but they also made Call of Juarez. So at least they tried something different, but I'm sorry. I don't care. I don't care enough. And honestly, yeah, no, I thinking about it, because they made Call of Juarez the Cartel, which is a bad game. Don't play it. It's bad. So, yeah. No thanks. Toys for Bob. These guys made the Skylanders games, and wait, what else did they make? Dude, isn't this like a testament to like some of these studios that I literally don't know what else they've made? I didn't even write that shit down. Ouch. That is on me, though, to be fair. Though, to be fair, we are actually going through this relatively quick in comparison to other streams, so doesn't matter to me that much. Yeah, no, they've made Skylanders games. They did help work with the Reignited trilogy, though. But they're also working on Warzone. It was like, why? Why are they working on Warzone? That should be like Activision, use your studios wisely. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna put them in D tier because again, this is another studio where it's like I don't care, and they just exist. Also, and is it mostly Beanox who worked on Spyro Reignited trilogy? Well, actually, I have another story about Spyro Reignited trilogy, which is really funny. So, and it's about a certain studio. But all right. Traveler's Tales. Yes, this is the Lego company. Yes, two completely different logos. Yeah, this first logo is so different from the new one that I had to put the new one in front of the original, because I know for a fact that people were gonna be like, "What the hell is that?" So, which, by the way, that's like an Apple moment, which I find really funny, because like, remember, like Apple's original logo was just so weird, and then they made this, and that's really funny. So, yeah, Traveler's Tales, they worked on, well, the Lego games. So, and since then they've kind of been a one-trick pony, which is a bit unfortunate, because I wish they worked on other things. I mean, they worked on some other games. But I guess they do well enough with the Lego games to where I'm willing to put them up in B tier. But they are definitely a one-trick pony. So, it is what it is, I guess. Tripwire. These guys help publish and like work on the Killing Floor games, as well as the Red Orchestra and Rising Storm games. And yeah, no, I'd put them in B tier, because I really like Killzone. Not Killzone. Killing Floor 2. I really like that game. And I actually really like Red Orchestra 2 as well. Granted, I have my issues with Rising Storm 2. Just the time to kill is way too goddamn fast. But at the end of the day, you know, they're a smaller studio, so I can at least forgive them on a few things. But I'm just hoping whatever they're doing for their next game, it's gonna be just a more polished experience. So, and hopefully Killing Floor 3 not only comes out at some point, but is also really fucking cool. So, that's all I ask. Turtle Rock. Why can't I think of what they did? God, why am I not putting these on lists? I'm being pressured by people, and it sucks. Oh! I remember now. F tier. Yeah, these are the guys who worked on Evolve and Back 4 Blood, because they originally worked on Left 4 Dead. Which, I mean, and again, I'm honestly sick and tired of playing Left 4 Dead, so it's like, wow, you guys just kind of suck. Oh, guess what they also worked on? Counter-Strike Condition Zero, a game that fucking sucks ass. So, yeah, no, get out of here. Just get out of here. You're just bad studio. Ouch. Bad. All right, Visceral. These are the people who made Dead Space, like the Dead Space games, and Battlefield Hardline. That's a pretty diverse legacy, so because of that, I'm going to put you in B. Maybe C. Because, I don't know. I've only played 2 out of their 4 major games, so it's like, I don't know. Okay, I'll be kind, because Dead Space was a good game. And I didn't hate Hardline as much as some other people did, so I guess it kind of balances out. So, and then we'll do one more, just out of session. Zipper Interactive, C tier. These guys worked on the SOCOM games for PlayStation 2 and 3, as well as the game called Mag, which was basically another like MMO FPS game, not too dissimilar from PlanetSide. Can't play it anymore because it was only ever on PlayStation 3. So if you ever find a copy of it, it's worthless. So thanks a lot for having that stupid DRM bullshit. But and although to be fair, I don't know, just the games that Zipper makes, like especially like the first 2 SOCOM games, like they're not bad games, but God, those controls are fucking annoying to like use. Like, and again, I grew up in the PlayStation 2 era, so you would think I would have gotten used to the controls that they have in those games, but nah, no, dude. So it is what it is, though. But man, those controls suck. So yeah. All right, I think those are I think that's the last studio where I just don't really have an opinion on. So yeah, let's move on. All right, Konami. No, we got another studio or another company that like was well respected back in the day, and now is just a giant meme. So Konami back in the 80s had Castlevania. And Castlevania, it's pretty good. It's fucking hard, but it was pretty respectable. They also had Contra. Now I think about it, Contra is cool too. And then Metal Gear Solid came out in the late 90s, as well as Silent Hill. And yeah, 2 legendary franchises coming out in the late 90s under Konami's belt. That's a pretty big deal. And of course, they continued that legacy with both franchises, with Silent Hill 2 coming out in 2001 and Silent Hill 3 coming out in 2003. And unfortunately not really keeping up with the momentum for good Silent Hill games, apparently. So, because a lot of people, like basically a lot of people would only say that the first 3 Silent Hill games are good, from what I can tell. Some people who do defend 4, but not that many people. And then as for Metal Gear Solid, like most people would definitely say that like the games from the 2000s are really, really good, with some people questioning Metal Gear Solid 4, but I thought it was fine. And then Metal Gear Solid 5 came out in the controversies, and then Konami basically just abandoning all their old properties. Like, I don't know. Konami itself, though, I would probably put them in D tier. They're not as bad as EA or Activision, but they're still scummy. Because, again, we're talking about a company who, for their survival zombie game, thought it was a good idea to charge people for a save slot. For a save slot for your game. No. The only reason why they're not an F is because of that legacy that they still have. Because Metal Gear as a franchise is pretty good. It's not my favorite franchise. Hell, it's not even my favorite stealth franchise. But it's still pretty good. And Silent Hill 1 is the best horror game I've ever played. But goddamn it, Konami. You blew it. You blew it. So, although thankfully you guys didn't blew it as much as a little friend that, if you guys have watched The Angry Video Game Nerd, you know exactly what this is. LJN. Laughing, joking, numbnuts. Actually, you know what? They're so bad. Oh, you know what? Yeah. they're so bad that I'm gonna put that they have their own tier, the cringe tier. So, need I say more? Need I say more about LJN? I don't think I need to say anything. Just go watch any Angry Video Game Nerd episode, and you know exactly why they're cringe. So, need I say more? Need I say more? Anyways, let's move on before I start repeating myself again. LucasArts. Ooh, actually, A tier. These guys were good. I know they're called Lucasfilms games now, but that's a dumb name. Just keep the fucking name LucasArts. But anyways, so obviously, since it is LucasArts, a subdivision of Lucasfilm, like Lucasfilms Productions or whatever the fuck, obviously a lot of Star Wars games would come out. And to be fair, a lot of the Star Wars games that they did publish are really fucking phenomenal. Or at least a lot of the ones that came out of the 90s and the 2000s. Like, obviously, you know, Star Wars Battlefront 1 and 2 from the mid-2000s are amazing. But then there were also other games like the Jedi Knight games, the Force Unleashed games, X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, Galactic Battleground, sorry, Empire at War, KOTOR, obviously, KOTOR 1 and 2, and there were a lot of good Star Wars games. Granted, there were some that were kind of crappy and not very good, but like there was definitely more good than there was bad. And that's shocking considering that, you know, most licensed games aren't really like that. And Star Wars was amongst one of the few licenses that had plenty of games and was able to break the mold, which is one of the reasons why, you know, I definitely got into Star Wars. I actually got into Star Wars through gaming as opposed to the movies themselves, which is really funny. But regardless, though, even just besides that, because there's also Indiana Jones games that they worked on, and hell, even their own original IPs with the Monkey Island games and the Thrillville games. So they're definitely more than just a Star Wars pumping machine. They actually had a lot of talent under their belt, and I respect. So even if there was this really dumb Xbox original game that looked really bad that they were associated with, like, I'm sorry, like that game looks bad. But yeah, that's besides the point. All right, Maxis. I'm gonna get a lot of shit for this one because I know that Maxis is not like it was back in the 90s or the 2000s. It's a completely different team that's working on the Sim games. Well, Sims 4 now, since that's the only thing they even desire to work on. But honestly, I would still put them at a B tier because, again, I already mentioned this before. I actually like The Sims as a franchise. Hell, look, I don't know if you can tell in the back, but like I've got Sims right there. Wait, where was it? Yeah, Sims 2 right there, with like 3 of the expansions back there. And I'm trying to collect every single Sims 2 expansion pack and stuff pack and whatever other fucking pack that they had, because that game is pretty damn good. I play it on my free time. And Sims 3 and 4, yeah, they have their problems, and people shat on Sims 4 when it came out, but I don't care. I like the game. Like, granted, the one issue that I had, well, to be fair, this is probably more of an EA issue rather than a Maxis issue, is there's way too much Sims 4 DLC. The fact that there's like $1,000 worth of downloadable content, like whether it be expansion packs, stuff packs, or the other type of pack, and then also like the even smaller packs, is insulting. Like, dude, just give the old packs for free at this point, or at least like permanently discount them. There's no reason why an expansion from fucking 2014 should still cost like $40 now. Like, there's no reason for that. Like, it's been 8 years ago since The Sims 4 came out. Give us a little bit of leeway. You already made your money back. So, that pisses me off. But even just besides that, though, just The Sims in general is, again, a franchise that I respect simply just because of the fact that The Sims, it's amongst one of the best life simulator games out there. At least, like, you know, if you want to live daily or things or whatever. Yes, I know. Some people might find it weird that, oh, you're just playing a game about life when you can just be living yourself. And it's like, dude, I don't have a life. So the only way for me to have a life is for Sims. Okay, I'm obviously joking when I say that, but like, I don't know. I just kind of like that idea of just being able to live like a different life. I don't know. It's kind of complicated, and even also a lot of the stuff that isn't Sims related, like SimCity. SimCity 4 is a pretty damn good game, and it's a shame that they fucked it up with SimCity 2013 with that DRM always online bullshit. Like, that shouldn't have been a thing. And hell, even a lot of their like random sim whatever games that came out in the 90s, because there was like things like Sim Earth, Sim Ant, Sim Life, Sim Tower. Like, there were so many sim games made by Maxis throughout the 90s that it's really funny. And they just so happened to strike gold with The Sims in the year 2000, and it's been all torture ever since. So, also shout out to Spore. People talk shit about that game, but it's actually a lot more innovative than people give it credit for. So, also it's cool to create your own like shit. So, yeah, no, Maxis, they're just doing their thing. Well, partially. EA's still trying to make them, charge, but it's like they shouldn't have to be forced to charge. But whatever. Let's move on. All right, Microsoft. Well, I hate to show my Sony bias on this one, because like at the end of the day, like, console wars are dumb. But like, man, Xbox done some dumb shit with the Xbox that it's honestly embarrassing. Like, dude, the fucking Kinect, like the Xbox Kinect. Really? That whole fucking thing? No. We don't need it. We don't need that. Also, saying that like your goddamn fucking whatchamacallit, god, why can't I think of it? Like having your console only read like one disc, like for a certain game ever, and not being able to share discs, like, no, dude, that's cringe. That's really bad. Also, just completely ignoring the issue with the red ring of death with the 360s. Though, like, man, I'm sorry. People fucking defend the 360 like way too fucking highly, because people forget how fucking bad that got. My cousins had to get like 2 separate Xbox 360s, because they had to they had to replace their Xbox 360 twice. You know how ridiculous that is? Like, that's not, especially for like 2009, that ain't fucking cheap to get a new Xbox 360 at that point. So, like, I don't know, man. And also just being complacent throughout the Xbox One generation with barely like any like Xbox exclusives. Like, that's the thing. If you want to get people to buy your console, get yourself some exclusives, which, I mean, they're doing that now. And thankfully, Xbox Game Pass is actually a pretty good idea. Granted, I still personally like to try to make sure that I can play whatever game I want without the stress of having to get like a, being able to play it during a certain amount of time, like a time frame. But at least it's something comparable. So at the end of the day, when it comes to Microsoft, like, I don't hate them. I'm not like a quote unquote Sony pony. Like, I'm not a Sony employee, nor am I a Microsoft employee. So it's like, at the end of the day, it's whatever. So, which, speaking of Microsoft, Mojang, one trick ponies. Yeah, that's a common pattern here. So obviously, with this particular instance, it is Minecraft, and although, to be fair, they have dabbled in like different genres. Hell, I think they technically have made other games. Yeah, like yeah, there was originally a game called Scrolls that they worked on, but no one gave a shit because it was a card game. And then, yeah, they worked on Minecraft Dungeons, which it looks like a Diablo clone. And then Minecraft Legends, which kind of looks like a Dynasty Warriors clone, sort of. They announced it during the E3 thing, which obviously that will be a podcast later down the line. But, I mean, don't get me wrong. Minecraft is one of my favorite games of all time. Top 2. Easily. So, I don't want to put them on a low score. So, okay, I'll put them in A tier. Well, okay. Again, they really need to make another IP that's unique from the Minecraft license. If they are able to do that, they could be, I can respect them even more. Like, granted, I feel like I'm being generous with them. Put them in A tier. They just need that one thing to push them to be more than just being the Minecraft developer studio. Because that's all that people see them as. So, but, yeah, again, what do I know? Alright, Monolith. I'm gonna put them in A tier as well. Yeah, they had their low points. But, like, at the end of the day, like, I respect them enough as developers to where, like, I don't know, they're just kind of cool. Though I will say this, it is kind of funny to see that they have what people call the sequel curse. Because it's mostly what people like about Monolith are usually the first games in all their franchises, and then just don't care or just say that their sequel games are bad. Because take for Blood, for instance. We already talked about this. Blood 1, pretty good. Blood 2, sucks ass. And then with Fear, Fear 1 comes out, pretty damn good. And then Fear 2 comes out, and there's some people who don't like that game. So, Kai does, but I can't really say anything because I haven't played it yet. Same thing with Fear 3. The Operative No One Lives Forever. Pretty good. Then Spy in Harm's Way comes out, and people don't care. And then Shadow of Mordor comes out, everyone loves the game, and then Shadow of War comes out, and everyone... Oh, actually, now I think about it. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to put them in A tier. I think I'm going to put them in B tier, because now I think about it, I forgot they had the stupid microtransactions in that game, so... And because of that sequelitis curse, yeah, I'm going to still put them in B tier. I know I'm cluttering the B tier, but it's for good cause. So, it is what it is. Oh no! Look at what we have here. Naughty Dog. Oh boy. You thought that my comments about fucking Gearbox and Bungie were going to be bad? Oh no, you have not seen anything. So, I have a bit of a hot take. Ready for this? Naughty Dog really isn't that good of a studio. I'm sorry. I tried. Okay. The only franchise I like from Naughty Dog is Uncharted, if I'm just going to be honest. And even then, it's really half a good franchise and half kind of of a franchise. Meaning, Uncharted 2 is pretty damn good. Is it best game of all time? No. Anyone who says that is a lunatic. But it's still a pretty good game. And Uncharted 4 had some pretty goddamn emotional moments. And, like, goddamn, that twist. Oh my god. Like, that was, like, seriously, if you know, you know. I'm not going to spoil anything, but if you know the twist, you know. Like, that was pretty good. But, like, man, Uncharted 3, and a lot of people complain about Uncharted 1. I don't think it's that bad, but yeah, I can see why people don't like it. And then also, but like, outside of that though, I'm sorry, I just don't like Crash Bandicoot. I tried playing Crash 1 and Crash 2, both the original version and the remasters, and I just didn't like it. The only one I liked was Crash 3. And then when it comes to Jak and Daxter, yeah, I know I'm a PlayStation person, but guess what? I did not grow up with the Jak and Daxter series. I grew up with Ratchet and Clank and Sly Cooper, and like Star Wars Battlefront 2 and like Prince of Persia. Like, that's what I grew up with. I did not grow up with Jak and Daxter. And so, like, and like replaying the first Jak and Daxter game, it's like, it's kind of just wonky, you know? Like, way more wonky than Ratchet and Clank. Granted, I know like Jak and Daxter is an older game. It came out in 2001, and then Sly 1 and Ratchet and Clank 1 came out in 2002. So maybe they were trying to figure out the technology still, because you know PS2 was still relatively new. But I don't know, man. It didn't feel right. And then I don't even want to get into Last of Us. I think that franchise in general is fucking overrated. And the fact that they're working on a fucking remake for the first game already is insulting and should be a slap to the face for everyone. So because of that, I'm sorry, but they're D tier. I don't give a shit about Naughty Dog. Never have, and probably never will. I'm sorry. If that makes me some sort of a fucking bigot or something, then continue to think like stupid thoughts like that, because like I'm probably way more fucking, you know, socially activist than you ever will be in your life. So, but anyways, let's move on. Neversoft. These are the people who made Tony Hawk Pro Skater, but also made Guitar Hero 3. So, although, again, it's kind of a double-edged sword. So, I'll put them in C tier, because again, that double-edged sword basically being that they worked on Guitar Hero games from 2007 to 2010. They made a lot of them, and it was oversaturated. So those were good games, but yeah. And then as for the Tony Hawk games, I never cared. I don't care if Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 is considered to be one of the best games of all time. I just don't care. I don't care for sports games. So, oh, well, I think it's about time for me to end the stream. I hope you guys at least enjoyed this. Nintendo. You already know my opinions on Nintendo. Granted, my opinions have changed over time. But like, man, Nintendo's kind of cringe. They're not going in cringe tier, but they're like, let's move on. I don't want to address this, because people are gonna find, yeah, Nintendo fanboys are gonna find this. I've already had to deal with Nintendo fanboys in the past, like, so that's not new to me. But man, I'm sorry. I tried. I actually genuinely tried I tried to get into Mario. I tried to get into Zelda. I tried to get into Metroid. Hell, I even tried to get into fucking Kirby. And all I got was cringe. I don't like Kirby. I don't care, Izzy. I will fight you on that too. Or Kai. God, sorry. I need to get used to that. And then I never cared for Mario. I never cared for like Kid Icarus. I never cared for just a lot of the more obscure stuff like Kid Icarus and well, Earthbound's not like obscure, but like you get what I'm trying to say. Like just one-shot games or whatever. Like I just don't care. Not to mention, it gets worse because Nintendo has the most strict policies on YouTube. And they're being assholes about it. Even getting to the point where they're deleting, like, giving out copyright strikes if you upload one fucking song. It's like, dude, how the fuck are people supposed to, like, enjoy your shit? Like, get your thumb up your fucking ass and get back from 1974 and get back up to reality in 2022. We're not in the fucking 80s anymore. This is not the NES era. Like, oh my god. And then just the whole way that Nintendo handles their stores, like never having a sale ever, just forcing you to use a shitty online connection, and having the worst subscription service. It's worse than Sony's by far. So, and it's worse than Ubisoft's, and it's worse than EA's. So at the end of the day, the only reason why Nintendo is not an F tier is because I respect the Super Nintendo and the GameCube just enough to where it's not gonna make me want to fucking just, yeah. So as a result, I'm sorry. I tried. Hell, I even used to have a Wii. But I stopped using the Wii after a couple of years. So, like, I don't know, man. I don't get Nintendo fanboys. You think Sony fanboys are bad? Oh, you've not met Nintendo fanboys. Oh my god, they're bad. So, whatever. I want to move on. Because I don't want to think about this anymore. Alright, Obsidian. These people worked on basically just a bunch of sequels to games. Because they worked on Fallout New Vegas, and they worked on KOTOR 2. And then they also worked on The Outer Worlds, like that's sort of their original IP. Oh, but they also worked on Alpha Protocol. But they also worked on Pillars of Eternity. So I'll put them in C tier. Again, I don't really care for Fallout that much, and I honestly don't care for Outer Worlds for similar reasons. So, nor South Park, the Stick of Truth, because they worked on that as well. So, I don't know, man. Just, I don't particularly care for their stuff. Granted, I give them more credit than Bethesda. At least they're willing to fucking do their shit. And also, I'm pretty sure this was Obsidian was formed by people who worked on the first two Fallout games. So, which, that studio is not on this list, but it's kind of interesting. Alright. Oddworld Inhabitants. They're a one-trick pony, but they are an A-tier pony at that. Like I was saying with GT Interactive. Oddworld is pretty good as a franchise and as a lore-building thing. So, and whenever they do their thing, they do it with flying colors. So, the games aren't for everyone, especially like the more 2D style of games. Maybe the 3D style of games might be your guys' cup of tea, especially Stranger's Wrath. Stranger's Wrath is actually, I was able to play it recently, and that game's actually pretty good. Or so far, at least. But yeah, no, like, I respect them, for sure. Especially with the universe that they create. Yes, they are a one-trick pony, But the thing about this group is that they intentionally name themselves Oddworld Inhabitants, basically saying, yes, we know we're a one-trick pony, and we're going to dedicate ourselves to our one-trick pony. So, which, to be fair, though, they have done different styles of games. Like, obviously, they have the 2D side cinematic platformers, and then they have the first-person / third-person shooters with Stranger's Wrath, and then they have the third-person action game with Munch's Odyssey. So it's like they vary themselves enough, at least. So, Pandemic. This is another studio I would put in S tier, like, because these are the people who made the old Battlefront games. And that I respect. They also made some other really good games, like the Mercenary games and the Saboteur, which was their last game they ever made. Rest in peace. Yeah, that game got released after the studio already, like, disbanded. Which is, like, what? Like, why? Like, so yeah, that always brings a tear in my eye. But in all seriousness, though, like, these guys are really damn good. And for basically just being Battlefield, but in the Star Wars universe, Battlefront, with how they did that, was pretty amazing. And, you know, the stuff that they did in the game Mercenaries, I thought was actually pretty damn cool as well. Hell, even the I know some people, well, okay, I guess the one thing you could say is that Lord of the Rings Conquest was a bit of a disappointment, which I can definitely see some people that say that, but the game itself is still fine. Like, I mean, it's definitely better than fucking some of the other Lord of the Rings games that were made, so, which, side note about this, don't ever go to Watch Mojo, because, like, their shit is pretty cringe. But the fact that they said that game is the worst Lord of the Rings game ever made is pretty cringe in and of itself. Because, like, dude, it's really just not that bad. Granted, it should have had more content in the game, considering how much content was in Battlefront 2. But what's done is done. Plus, there's probably a modding scene that can probably add that stuff anyways, so. All right, Paradox Interactive. Yeah, A tier, easy A tier. My only complaint is the same exact complaint I have about Maxis, or even Fat Shark, in the sense that they have a lot of downloadable content for several of their games, and it is a bit annoying. But they actually do. But unlike those two, they actually have a solution to that, and that solution is the subscription service that they have for EU4 and HOI4. So, in that aspect, that's pretty cool. Granted, again, similar to how I said about Game Pass, I'd rather actually have the content, you know, whenever I want, as opposed to being forced to mess with it in a certain amount of time. But whatever. And also, again, most Paradox games are actually pretty good, especially a lot of the ones that came out in the past decade. So, and even the games that they publish, such as City Skylines, which I'd say is my favorite Paradox published game, and the Magicka games. So, high respect towards this studio, or this, yeah. So, respect. Okay, after that traumatic flashback, Platinum Games. God, I have the unpopular takes. Wow, man, no one likes my takes. Because this is another studio I find overrated. Granted, not bad, overrated. Although, kind of now bad. So this is the studio that made Bayonetta, and Bayonetta is a cool enough game, I'd say. I give the game a solid like 8 out of 10. And they also made the Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, which my friend Austin has been obsessed with recently. So that's really funny. Unfortunately, they also made, in my opinion, one of the most unnecessarily cult classic games, and by de facto one of the most overrated games ever, Vanquish. I don't get it. It's literally just Max Payne with like Ratchet and Clank jumping mechanics. It's literally nothing. It's nothing special. And nothing will change my mind about that. Also, the recent blowback that was Babylon's Fall really does showcase that maybe Platinum Games isn't really all that special in the first place. Also, if I'm not mistaken, hold on. Oh shoot, did I already pass it? Oh shoot, I forgot to mention this about Team Ninja. Apparently they made Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origins. So I forgot about that, damn it. I was shocked whenever I saw that. Damn it. Sorry, I was thinking it was Platinum that did that, but no. Okay. So yeah, one can say that Team Ninja was trying to kill Chaos. Okay, I'm done with that joke. Okay, Platinum Games. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I don't think I care enough for Platinum. Because everyone and their mother seems like they just soy over this shit. And it's like, dude, do you not see Babylon's Fall? No. And I just realized we're about to go through another coveted studio. Rareware. God, I'm really trying to make everyone hate me tonight. Now am I? I'm sorry. And this is another example where it's like I actually genuinely tried. I'm being serious too. I tried playing Banjo-Kazooie. Granted, I had to do some alternative ways. I tried playing Banjo-Kazooie, Conker's Bad Fur Day, Donkey Kong Country, and of course my infamous example of GoldenEye 007 and Sea of Thieves. I'm sorry. I don't care. This studio is low-key dead to me. The only reason why it's not at F is because of the Star Fox games. Which I guess that kind of also points up to the Nintendo thing, because they technically own the license, but in terms of like Rareware made games, Star Fox is the only one I kind of give a shit about. Like, and even then, I don't think about going back to those games. Though to be fair, Star Fox 64 is actually a game that actually kicks ass. But yeah, no, I'm being dead serious. I tried to like this shit. I can't. There's barely any Rareware game that I will say that I actually like. And no, Sea of Thieves is not gonna convince me that game's bad. It sucks. So bad at almost F. Actually, okay, I gave Gearbox the benefit of the doubt of having 3 games, so by that logic, I should probably put the shit in F. So, because one game does not save your fucking studio. I don't even know why it is. It's not like, oh, you're just too like young for this shit. No, because I love the Super Nintendo. I'm being serious. The Super Nintendo is in my opinion the best Nintendo console. You know, now, like fucking, whenever we play Castlevania, that game was awesome. Star Fox on the game, well, kind of laggy because it uses 3D sprites. it was actually a pretty cool port of a game. Hell, a lot of the RPGs on there, like the Final Fantasy games, like, you know, Final Fantasy 4, fucking Chrono Trigger, because I played that. Like Illusions of Gaia. It's like, god damn it, man. It's like, it's not me trying to it's not me purposely trying to shit on, you know, people's childhoods. Like, I'm not. Like, this is the face of someone who's trying to tell you straight to their dead fucking soul, if there are even souls, I don't want to hate these games. But I can't stand the bullshit in these games. Whether it be control-wise, whether it be mechanics-wise. Visuals, that's not a thing. I could give less about visuals. Dude, again, you're talking to someone who's one of his favorite games is fucking Quake 1. That game looks like a goddamn potato. Like, graphics don't mean anything to me. Gameplay does. And to me, a lot of Rareware games just don't do it for me. Sorry. Anyways, let's move on. Okay, Red Storm. So these are the Rainbow Six people, also known as the Ghost Recon people, also known as people who worked on Tom Clancy's The Division. This was another tricky one. I guess I'll put them in the B tier because I really do like Rainbow Six 3. Well, the older Rainbow Six games. And even the older Ghost Recon games. Those games are pretty good. Unfortunately, I do feel like a lot of their projects kinda are hit or miss. Because, I mean, fucking Rainbow Six Lockdown sucks so bad. And we played Ghost Recon Future Soldier recently. That game was pretty mid. And a lot of people don't like The Division. Which, understandable. So, I guess I'll just put them in mid. I don't know. Alright, next up. Relic. You know what? I'm gonna put Relic in S tier. Because I'd say in terms of just playing raw RTS games, that is what Relic does at their best, is the RTS genre. Because they did the Homeworld games, they did Company Heroes, and they did Warhammer 40k Dawn of War. So, which I would consider the latter two to be some of the best RTS games ever made. They are that good. Like, oh my god. And I've even streamed Company Heroes at least a couple of times. And I had a fun time doing it. And yeah, no, those games are great. Like, I would definitely recommend that you guys check out at least one of those franchises. And even Homeworld. Homeworld is cool because it was amongst one of the first 3D RTS games. And it was an RTS that took place in space. Let that sink in. So, and honestly, I can't really think of a game that's necessarily bad, except for maybe Dawn of War 3. But I don't even know if that was made by Relic. Was that made by Relic? I don't even know if that was made by them. So, at least in my opinion, like, the way that they do these games are pretty good. Oh, they also worked on Age of Empires 4. Nice. Nice. I approve. Oh, and also 40k Space Marine. Yeah, no, I'd say they're pretty good in general. So, all right, Remedy. The people who made Max Payne and Alan Wake and Control and Quantum Break. Actually, now I think about it, well, okay. Max Payne as a friend. The first two Max Paynes are pretty good. Alan Wake, though. Sorry, I just love that name. It's a dumb name, but it's a dumb name I love. Alan Wake. So, I mean, from what I have played, though, again, I've only played like the first two Max Payne games. So, B tier seem cool. I do want to play Control though, because it kind of looks like sort of it looks kind of like a hybrid between like SCP and like I don't even know. Like it just looks so interesting. So I might check that game out at some point. I actually technically own it. It's on my PlayStation 4, though I'm gonna probably get the PC version, so that'll be cool. Alright, Respawn. Here we go. This is another example of a game studio that is, of course, not S tier, A tier though. The Titanfall games are pretty self-explanatory on how good they are. Also, Jedi Fallen Order has easily become one of my personal favorite games, just ever. I don't think I put it in S tier, but I definitely put it in like A tier. It's that good. And it's one of the few games that you could actually play it either as just a normal action-adventure game, or you can play it as a Soulsborne game, like something like Sekiro, which I find so goddamn cool. Like, you can have that escalation of difficulty if you wanted to. And that's something I appreciate. And just overall, just at least being a cool studio. Though, to be fair, I do have criticisms with them, which is why they're not an S tier. And it mostly stems from how they're treating the Titanfall server bullshit. You know, the DDoS attacks. And Apex Legends. And why that's probably affecting that. So it basically boils down to, well, long story short, Titanfall 2's official servers got DDoS hacked by some asshole because he, was being a crybaby about, not winning in all the games that he was fucking playing in. And because of that, he fucking infected the servers, and the servers haven't worked ever since. And then, freaking Respawn refuses to do anything about it, which is pathetic and sad. And then I think a part of the reason as well as why they're not doing it is because Titanfall isn't as profitable as Apex. So yeah, why should they care? Is basically the idea. And that's sad, because it's like, you should care, because Titanfall is a good game. It was one of the few non-Call of Duty first-person shooter games, or even non-Battlefield games just in general, that I played a lot whenever it was like in its prime. And now I can't really experience that anymore. Well, except through the North Star thing, but that's a whole other ordeal, because it's mostly sweats who fucking play, so. But whatever, it is what it is. You know what shouldn't be what it is, though? Riot Games. I hate Riot Games. Like, I think they are a sham of a company, and also a lot of their leadership is pieces of shit. And they only had one game for over a decade until they made a shitty CS:GO Overwatch clone, which was kind of lame. And I don't care what fucking people say, because there's at least like 3 or 4 people in my friend group who absolutely fucking get addicted to League of Legends. And it's like, dude, I don't care for League of Legends. I don't care what you guys think. I'm not gonna fucking play your shitty, overly priced, skin-based fucking MOBA bullshit with one of the worst communities ever. I don't fucking care. I don't care how amazing the game is. it does not look appealing, and the gameplay looks like ass. Also, Valorant, again, is outrageous when it comes to its pricing, with like skins and shit. And again, it's literally just CS:GO. It's literally just Counter-Strike with like abilities and shit. So why would I play that when I could play Counter-Strike with nearly the same experience? There's exactly. So also, like I said, with the leadership, there's literally people who sexually harassed people in Riot Games, and also someone who thought it was a good idea to fucking go up to people's faces with the other side and just blow it out in their fucking face. And that guy is still in the that happened years ago, and that guy is still fucking working as like a manager. It's like cringe. Like you make me cringe. So yeah, no, Riot Games sucks, and no one should support them because they're a piece of shit. And League of Legends sucks. Don't at me. All right. Next up, Rockstar. Yay! Though we are actually almost to the end, which is nice. All right, Rockstar. Low B. I would have put them in A tier pre GTA 5. Why do I say that? Well, I will admit this. I was not allowed to play. Like, yes, I was one of those kids who was not allowed. I wasn't allowed to play a Rockstar game because my guardians believed in, Rockstar games are causing violence. It's like, no, it's society that causes violence. It's upbringing that causes violence, but I'm not getting into that. But I've been playing quite a bit of like some other Rockstar games recently, and even some of the older games still hold up. Like GTA 3. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one in the city, well, that's the old. Yeah, I played GTA 3. Yeah, it's an older game. It's a 20-year-old game, goddamn. But for the time, it was actually a pretty innovative open world game, and I could see why it gained a lot of traction. I haven't played San Andreas or Vice City yet, though I know a lot of people love both those games. So, well, I might not like Vice City because that takes place in the 80s, and you guys know how much I don't care for the 80s. But I also played a little bit of GTA 5, and yeah, no, GTA 5 can be fun. And then I played a little bit, but not too much of Red Dead Redemption. So, and I really want to play LA Noire. Like, dude, LA Noire looks so goddamn cool. So, generally speaking, I can at least see the talent that's in Rockstar's like studios. Like, sorry, like the talent that they put in their games. Well, the amount of talent that was used to like make these games is actually pretty damn good. Granted, then we get into the GTA 5, like post GTA 5 issue. It's the same problem with Skyrim. How many versions of GTA 5 is Rockstar going to sell us? Like, it's literally it's a meme within a meme at this point when it comes to GTA 5. GTA 5, sorry. And then more importantly, just the freaking the microtransaction bullshit, especially involving the fucking bank system. From what I heard about in GTA 5, it's like, god damn it, man. Why can't we have nice things without having to spend real life money? Like, that's pretty cringe. So, as a result, yeah, nah. I wouldn't put them higher than a B. Not to mention the definitive edition of GTA was just a horrible idea. Granted, I'm actually one of the lucky ones, and I actually got the original GTA 3 Vice City and San Andreas on PC before they shut the ability down, like shut down the ability for you to buy the original versions of the games. I'm super fucking lucky I was able to do that. Because oh my god, that would have infuriated me. So yeah, no, I my account on Steam has the original versions of those games, so I'm one of the lucky ones. So that's nice. All right, what's up next? Oh, Sanzaru. So this studio made Sly 4 Thieves in Time. I know that's a very contentious game with a lot of people. Though to be fair, they also made Sonic Boom, which I know a lot of people hated that game too. And then they also surprisingly enough, they also helped work on Spyro Reignited trilogy. I didn't know that. Apparently, yeah, apparently they helped work on Year of the Dragon with Toys for Bob and with Beanox. I didn't know that. That's an interesting story, but yeah, no, because of that, it's kind of hard for me to rank them because it's like. Here's the thing. I actually like Sly 4. I think people over-exaggerate how bad the game is. And this is coming from someone who has been a Sly Cooper fan basically ever since Inception. Like, well, not since then, but like, basically, for as long as I can remember, I've known about the Sly Cooper franchise, and it's my favorite video game franchise of all time. And even like with a lot of the story beat stuff in that game, I get a few of them. But to completely say that the game is shit as a result is disingenuous at best and manipulative at worst. Like, stop saying that game is bad. It's not a bad game. It's not. It's, as a matter of fact, I would even, and this is coming from someone whose first ever game was Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus. But Sly 4 is the better game simply just because Sly 1's level design, this pains me to say it, it's slightly dated. And people need to recognize that. So, and also, if they worked on Spyro Reignited trilogy, then yeah, no, I would put Sanzaru in a B tier. So, granted, that's a very tenuous one, similar to Rockstar, because Sonic Boom, I know a lot of people hate, i.e. my friend Austin. So, yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, speaking of Sonic, Sega. Honestly, I don't know how I feel about Sega. I mean, yes, obviously their biggest claim to fame was Sonic. And also the Sega Genesis, which, I mean, Sega Genesis, I don't know if I fully ever cared. I don't know, it's just, the games just didn't look as interesting to me compared to the Super Nintendo. So, that's just my personal take. But, oh yeah, Sega also, oh, that's right, I forgot. They also own the rights, they also, for a while, owned the rights to 40K games, which is interesting. And they also had the rights to Company of Heroes, the Total War games, so Creative Assembly, the Alien franchise, Shenmue, yeah, that franchise. What did you say to me? And Yakuza, which a lot of people I know love Yakuza, specifically Yakuza 0. Everyone that I know loves Yakuza 0. So they also make the oh yeah, that's right, they do Valkyria Chronicles. So like they have like a decent range of like games. Oh, I didn't know they also had. Oh, they also published. Did they help publish the Persona games with Atlas? Okay. Whatever, you get my point. Honestly, when it comes to just overall, when it comes to Sega, I mean, don't get me wrong, highs are really, really high, but like I do feel like the lows are also really, really low. So I'm gonna put them in C tier. Don't get me wrong, Total War is awesome. And Company Heroes is really awesome, but like there's just a lot of franchises that either I'm not familiar with or I just don't care for. So, I don't know. That's how I feel, at least. All right, here we go. Oh, you're such a Sony pony. You're gonna put them in S tier. Actually, no. I'm gonna put them in B tier. What? You can't do that. You started with the PlayStation 2. So, okay. Yeah, no. Honestly, with Sony, yes, I do think that out of the console companies, like out of the companies that have and still continue to make consoles, I do think that Sony is still the best because they have the better exclusives. They, I think, have the better platform. They have the better controller. I don't fucking care what people say. I usually don't like the Xbox controllers because like I'd rather actually have my thumbs level with each other as opposed to this bullshit, you know, like, but, and you know, like in terms of just connectability, I've always had better I've had better connections when it comes to the PlayStation 3 and the PlayStation 4 like online. Though I will admit, Sony has done its stupid shit. The pricing for the PlayStation 3 when it came out was ludicrous. It shouldn't have been, what was it, $600 for 2006, especially during a time when the housing crisis was a thing. Big mistake. That I do agree with people on. Granted, that doesn't mean I hate the PlayStation 3. As a matter of fact, I actually really, I love the PlayStation 3. Well, except for the stupid hour time clock thing. Oh, and also the fact that Jim Ryan, I think his name, right? CEO of the PlayStation division of Sony. He thought it was a good idea to almost shut down the PlayStation 3 store and the PlayStation Vita store, where there's hundreds, like where there's tons of content that would have been removed from history. And a pretty cringe PR stunt from last year. So, not to mention, like the way that they're handling PlayStation 3 stuff in general, with the PlayStation 5 and even with the PlayStation 4, where they just completely neglected PlayStation 3 stuff. And also the fact that they didn't focus on backwards compatibility on the PlayStation 4 at all. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. That I can't defend that shit because it's like at the end of the day, like there needs to be game preservation, and you got to have like. Here's the thing: consoles aren't gonna last forever. Like I've had this PlayStation 2 that I've had for such a long time that it might actually like I don't know if it's gonna like fucking like stop working or just break or whatever in the next like you know. Either next like 10 years, hell, maybe even 5 years, 1 year, maybe in the next day. I don't know. I want to be able to play all the games back there without having to really worry about keeping the damn console that I've had to keep for, you know, as long as I have. So, if you could, like, so, like, the fact that Sony didn't focus on backwards compatibility post PlayStation 3, not cool. That being said, let me just list all of the exclusives that are on the platform. So there was
Crash Bandicoot, there was Spyro, there was Parappa the Rapper, there was Jack and Daxter, there was Ratchet and Clank, there was my boy Sly Cooper, there was Uncharted, there was Resistance, God of War, Killzone, Knack, Metal Gear for the longest time, Tomb Raider, Siphon Filter, Twisted Metal, Rayman, Last of Us, Horizon Zero Dawn, Spider-Man, SOCOM, Little Big Planet, Twisted Metal. Oh, I already said Twisted Metal. You get my point. There are way more just relevant exclusives to Sony consoles. And not only that, but also, just in my opinion, just more. There's just more shit that I'm just into compared to both Nintendo and especially Microsoft. Because, like, obviously, Ratchet and Clank and Sly Cooper are two of my favorite franchises of all time. Hell, I even really like Uncharted. And I like the Spyro games. Killzone, I'm interested in. Siphon Filter, like I mentioned, that was a PlayStation 1 series I got into back in the day. Like, and hell, even like a lot of the games that were exclusives back then, like Devil May Cry 1 technically was a PlayStation 2 exclusive for a long time until it was added to the HD collection. And then Metal Gear Solid is still kind of exclusive to the console, like to the PlayStation 1. And Metal Gear Solid 2, 3, and 4 are exclusive for all I can tell, exclusive to PlayStation consoles. So, like, at the end of the day, like, yes, I'm someone who is a bit more nuanced when it comes to, console, like, whenever it comes to, like, consoles or whatever. Like, I do respect what Microsoft was able to achieve, especially with the Xbox 360. Like, by the time they got the black model, which is over there, just points out it's over there. It's actually a pretty good console. And hell, like I said, even though I don't like Nintendo, I have to say this. The Super Nintendo actually was a pretty good console. And even the GameCube, being a competitor to the PlayStation 2 and the Xbox original, I can't argue with that. That being said, like, and again, console war stuff is fucking stupid at the end of the day. Like, if you're still in like a console war mentality, then you need to grow the fuck up. That being said, though, I, despite telling you to grow the fuck up, I will always still prefer Sony, just specifically because of the exclusives, and you can't tell me otherwise. I'm kidding. Everyone can fucking like whatever they want. So, all right. Square Enix. That's the next company that's on the chopping block. The Final Fantasy, the Final Fantasy company. Though to be fair, they're more than just Final Fantasy, because they actually have a lot of games under their belt, if I'm not mistaken. Because yeah. So yeah, obviously they have all the Final Fantasies and all the Dragon Quests. They also have the Saga franchise, Parasite E, the Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross, Kingdom Hearts, the Mana series, Legends of Mana, all that stuff. And then they also used to have the rights for Deus Ex, Just Cause, Gex, Life is Strange, Tomb Raider, Thief, Supreme Commander, which is a really underrated RTS right there. So, like, they actually have quite a few franchises under their belt that I definitely do respect personally. Especially fucking Just Cause. Like, I love Just Cause. Or at least Just Cause 2 and 3. Just Cause 4 looked like it sucked. So, but yeah, and then, like, the newer Deus Ex games, at least, I actually respect. And yeah, Tomb Raider games I already mentioned. Those are pretty cool. Hell, I think even Hitman, if I'm not mistaken, was actually under contract with Square Enix up until, I think up until the 2016 game, if I'm not mistaken, right? Because wasn't it like, because IO Interactive was doing their own thing. At least for a little while. So,
Yes, Square Enix basically had the rights to Hitman during Hitman Absolution and Hitman 2016. That's right. I forgot about that. But yeah, you get my point though. Is that like Square Enix in a lot of ways is pretty respectable. It just sucks though that like they're starting to slip away from that, as evident with Marvel's Avengers, Outriders, and fucking a lot of the weird Final Fantasy projects that they've been trying to do, and Babylon's Fall. Like, goddamn, that makes me sad. So because of that, I'm gonna put them in C tier because like they're not completely gone yet, but they're starting to fall down. And that is just sad because I actually like quite a few of their franchises, so it is what it is, unfortunately. Alright, next up. Oh. Oh my god. Steel Wool Studios. Oh boy. What a very contentious one this little gem is right here. Oh god. All right. Well, I mean, okay, to be fair, the only reason why I put okay. I'm sorry. I'm just laughing cuz it's like this is the new face for the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. Cuz they made the VR games, not Help Wanted, and then they made Security Breach. And everyone and their mother was being really funny about that. You know what actually is really funny though? They're not a one-trick pony. That's the funny thing. They actually worked on other things. Like, they didn't just work on FNAF. As a matter of fact, they actually worked on a Warhammer 40k VR game at the same time. And what makes that even better is that they delisted that game recently. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, it was like a Horus Heresy game. So it's like... okay, I know it's like... It's not 40k, it's Horus Heresy. Shut up. 40k, Horus Heresy, same thing. Same universe, shut up. But yeah, no. So, does that really... I guess at the end of the day, FNAF fans and Warhammer 40k fans aren't really that different from each other. I mean, that being said, though, I mean, this is what I was saying earlier about, like at the beginning of the stream, where I'm kind of more lenient when it comes to like, you know, smaller studios just not really making good games, because, well, not even making good game, like not even the fact that they don't make good games. It's just they just have so much pressure from both the fans as well as Sony, because people forget, so this was on E3 2020, like through Sony's conference, so obviously there was an expectation there that Steel Wool wasn't able to do, at least for Security Breach. I know a lot of people actually really liked Help Wanted, but the thing is that Security Breach was a game that conceptually, you know, it's pretty, I get it. It's basically a tamer version of Alien Isolation. Like, that's basically what the game is. So I'm not even mad about that. It's just the problem is that like there were so many glitches at launch that it even pained Markiplier. Though to be fair, despite how many glitches were in FNAF Security Breach, there were less glitches in that game than there was in Battlefield 2042. I will never let that down with DICE, because the fact that there was like less screen tearing and like floatiness in Security Breach, and the fact that I saw a giant tank just flow out into the distance in the sky in Battlefield 2042 just made me sad. And that will forever haunt me. That didn't happen to me with Steel Wool. So, I will give them that. Though, to be fair, like, I guess I'll put them in a C tier. They're fine for what they do. Like, some people don't like the direction that they're going with. in the FNAF lore, but I don't even fucking care about those people. Those people are just nerds. And as for like FNAF stuff, like if they ever decide to go back to 40K, I mean I'm fine either way. Although to be fair, that other it didn't look very good. But whatever. I know I'm memeing at this point, but I just think it's funny that was the only other notable game that they worked on. Was a fucking VR 40K game. Right after they worked on a FNAF VR game. That's just 10 out of 10. Good job. You blew it. Thankfully though, we didn't blow with this one. Sucker Punch. Obviously it's gonna be S tier. They were the ones who made my childhood. They were the ones who made the Sly Cooper games and Ghosts of Tsushima. So I have to put them in S tier. Like, hell, even Infamous, their fucking superhero style of game that they did for the PlayStation 3, was actually pretty good, I'd say. Like, I'd say it's pretty rad. Though it is kind of weird to hear Kevin Miller's voice in that game, because I'm so used to him voicing Sly. But yeah, no, like, just obviously based off of that alone, I do hold high respect for Sucker Punch. And I don't want to repeat what I said in the previous stream, in the previous tier list. But I will just say that you guys really did shape me, and I thank you guys for doing that, because Sly 2 and Sly 3 in particular are fucking badass games. And from what I can tell with Ghost of Tsushima, you guys continued that badassness and really pulled the punches against Assassin's Creed for taking your spot. So, and that I do respect. So. But yeah, no, I don't really need to say anything else. If you want more of my views on just how I feel about Sucker Punch and Sly Cooper in general, go watch our previous tier list. So we ranked all the games that I streamed. So yeah. So check that out. Regardless, I just want to finish this up. So let's go through this. So Team Ego. People are gonna be mad where I put this. I'm sorry. I don't care. I didn't care for Shadow of the Colossus. I thought the game was mid. And well, okay, actually, you know what? I'll put them in C tier. I'll be a little bit kinder on them, because I only played one game out of the 3 that they have. And who knows? Maybe those games are better. Maybe I was just in a bad mood. Maybe there was just something that sucked. I don't know. But regardless, I ain't putting them above a B. That ain't happening. So, alright. Oh, and also Telltale Games. I'm sorry. This is another example of where it's like, I just don't care. Again, it's the same. I think this one's just more annoying, because so many people kept sawing for fucking Telltale. Even more so than Supermassive and Quantum. But it's like, dude, or Quantic. Like, I don't fucking care about a fucking movie as a video game. Like, if I want to watch a movie, I'm gonna watch a movie. If I want to play a game, I would play a fucking game. So, sorry. Alright, oh god. Oh my god, I forgot I added this. Tencent! No! Why did I add Tencent? No! Oh my god. Okay, for those who don't have the context, Tencent is basically a company, a Chinese company, who, well, they're basically like a giant conglomeration company, similar to like the Embracer Group, except like more focused on, their own markets or whatever. And they have so many holdings in so many companies. They don't fully own companies or certain companies, but they have like shareholdings in Activision, in Ubisoft, in Epic Games, in Riot Games. Oh, actually, now I think about it. Oh, Riot, I forgot. Riot actually is owned by Tencent. I forgot about that. So, but yeah, no, honestly though, like again, it's the whole idea that I really don't like the monopolization. And because of that, I'm going to put this in cringe. Actually, now I think about it, I'm probably going to embrace our group in cringe too. For the same reason. Because I just hate the idea of corporate, like just giant companies just taking over, other large corporations. Because that's not a free market. That's like a rigged market. And I'm not for that. I'm for having that competition. So it's pretty cringe if you ask me. But I don't know. All right, Treyarch. So this is another Call of Duty studio, but unlike Infinity Ward, they're actually not a one-trick pony either. So these guys actually worked on some of the older Spider-Man games back in the early to mid 2000s. What is it called? I don't know. Spider-Man 2 on PlayStation 2. Yeah, they made that game. Yeah, no, back in the early 2000s, before they sold their soul to the Call of Duty license, they worked on few licensed games. Like obviously, the Spider-Man game comes to mind. They also worked on a few GoldenEye games, but I personally don't really care for that. Oh, also a lot of the people who worked in Treyarch now actually worked on Return to Castle Wolfenstein back in 2001. So that's a bit of a fun fact for you guys. So that's pretty neat. What else did they work on? Okay. Overall, though, I mean, I will just say this. World at War, Black Ops 1, and Black Ops 2. Those games are easily, in my opinion, or at least Black Ops 1 and World at War, those are easily the best Call of Duty games ever made. Just period. Flat out. Like, I don't think anyone will convince me otherwise, because I just can't think of any other Call of Duty game that stacks up to them, at least in terms of like both story quality and gameplay quality. Nothing's come close to those two games. And even non-Call of Duty fans themselves agree that World at War and Black Ops 1 are easily the best in the franchise. So, in that respect, you gotta give props to Treyarch. I know, I will even give them props for Black Ops 3 Zombies for being as good as it was. And even Call of Duty Big Red One, their first Call of Duty attempt. The Call of Duty 2 for GameCube and PS2. It was at least a nice introduction for them to do. Maybe not the best game overall, but generally speaking, it's harmless enough. Unfortunately, though, I am a little bit less kind on Treyarch, I feel like, in comparison to Infinity Ward, just as a whole, simply because I do kind of hold them up at a higher standard. Because Call of Duty 3 sucks really bad. It's a bad game. I don't need to repeat myself on how bad that game is. And Black Ops 3, while Zombies is pretty good, and Free Run is fine, and Dead Ops 2 is good, everything else about that game sucks balls. Like, campaign, incoherent. Multiplayer, just a fucking annoying sweat fest of hero shooting bullshit. Nightmares, mistake. Black Ops 4, not very good at all. That game feels like, in my opinion, has been aging worse and worse as time has gone on. Maybe except for the multiplayer, but even then, it's like there's better multiplayers, man. Like, there just are. And Cold War, even, where it's like it has a good campaign, and Zombies normal stuff is fine. but I don't give a shit about the multiplayer, nor do I care about Warzone's expansion for that stuff, nor do I give a shit about fucking just anything else about that game. It kind of blows. Don't get me started with the Vanguard zombies because it looks awful. So again, I really like zombies with Treyarch. Like, it's easily the best thing to come out of Call of Duty in the past 15 years. Like, without it, I probably wouldn't give a shit about, like, Call of Duty anymore. But, man, the bad that's with Treyarch is so bad. But the goods are so good. But, like, I don't want to... you know what? I'll put them in B tier. Because I think they do just enough to get me back in. So, just sucks I probably won't be able to play their games ever again because of fucking Bobby Kotick, but it is what it is, unfortunately. So, alright, here's the last evil corporation. Ubisoft, here we go. Yeah, no, I think it's pretty obvious where they're going. Like it's the unholy trinity of shitty companies right there. EA, Activision, and Ubisoft. They are the biggest culprits when it comes to, you know, just milking the cash cow and doing really sketchy business practices. So, God, where do I begin with this? And I have to make a bit of a confession about Ubisoft. Surprisingly, I wasn't really a Sony fanboy as much as I was kind of an Ubisoft fanboy, and I'm not proud of it. So the thing is that actually, okay, the reasoning why I is actually very similar to that with EA. With why I put EA in F tier. It's because when it comes to the different licenses that Ubisoft owns, there are so many that I actually do like. Because they have Assassin's Creed, they have Tom Clancy license, they have, which obviously includes Splinter Cell, Rainbow Six, Ghost Recon, The Division, Hawks, and Endgame. Yeah, so that's the Far Cry games. They also have the Watch Dogs games. They have the For Honor games, the Prince of Persia games. Don't forget about them. They have the Rayman games. Like, basically, as a whole, Ubisoft had a lot of IPs that at the time I was really, really into. And I will fully admit, like I was saying with Red Storm, there are still some games that are, you know, those IPs that I do like. Like, yes, Assassin's Creed ripped off Sly Cooper. I will be the first one to say that, and I will continue to be I will continue to say that until I'm the last one alive saying that. Because it did rip off Sly Cooper. It just did. Like, if you played Sly 2 and Sly 3, and you play Assassin's Creed afterwards, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So, I'm not denying that. But at the same time, that reminder made me like the game more. And as a result, I kind of just developed, not tolerance, but just sort of an acceptance of that game. To be fair, I still like Assassin's Creed, at least in principle and in concept. And, like, story-wise, I think it's interesting, even if it's really dumb as fuck at points, but whatever. And then Tom Clancy games, to me at least, was definitely... To me, the Tom Clancy games was definitely a bit of a step up compared to a lot of the other games I've played. Because, you know, like, again, I was playing a lot of Battlefield and Call of Duty. And so playing a game like Rainbow Six made me, like, try to be more cautious about just my movements or whatever. And then I spent way too many hours in The Division, just way too many. And then I will still say this though, I still really do like the Far Cry franchise. Even if Far Cry 6 might just be a retread of every other fucking game, which I will admit that is a bit of a problem with Ubisoft games as a whole, is that they do kind of retread each other. I will concede to that. But like at the end of the day, like again, it's mostly the corporate entity that I'm attacking with this particular ranking. And the corporate entity here is fucking abhorrent. Like, yeah, no, I'm not even getting the. I'm not even just talking about the allegations, which were, for all we know, were proven true, and that's pretty cringe and makes me really not want to think about Ubisoft ever again. Ouch. So, whatever. Long story short, man, I regret my Ubisoft fanboy days. Granted, I never was one of those people who was like, oh, if you don't like this, then fuck you. I was never one of those people, but like, I would easily get offended when people started talking shit about like fucking Far Cry. So, fun. All right, next up, Valve. You know what? I'll give them a pass. I'll give them a B. I mean, they're better than Blizzard. I'll give them that. And they're better than Epic. Then they're way better than Epic Games. I guess just sort of my thing about Valve is I like what they became, but a lot of their individual games I don't really care for. Like, you guys always hear me bashing Half-Life 1. It's not even a secret. You know I don't like that game. I think it's the most overrated game ever. So that's already a knock against them. And then also just a lot of the games that they helped publish, like, or even just flat out make, you know, like Day of Defeat and Counter-Strike Condition Zero, and like I just never really cared for. So Dota, like it just wasn't my thing. Though, to be fair, Team Fortress 2 was definitely my game back in 2015 and like early 2016. Like, I played that game a lot. Well, I can't play it anymore because the fucking servers don't work, because fuck you pieces of shit hackers. But I played that game a lot. And I will admit, Portal and Portal 2 are some of my favorite puzzle games ever made. Like, hands down. Those games are pretty good. And hell, I will even say this. Even though I don't like Half-Life 1, not only did I already say earlier that I actually like Opposing Force, the expansion to the game, better, but also I like the universe of Half-Life, I actually like the Half-Life universe. I think it's actually pretty interesting. As a matter of fact, I like Half-Life 2. I think that game is pretty solid and pretty innovative for its time. Maybe slightly overrated, at least in terms of like what you're actually doing in the game. But I mean, I'll just say this: I think it's actually pretty good. Yeah, I think the game is pretty damn good, and people have been shitting on it just a little bit too recently. I'm not saying that like, you know, it's not right for criticism, but like, I don't know. It's just. I've seen more criticism towards Half-Life 2 more than Half-Life 1, and that just kind of irks me, because it's like, dude, Half-Life 1 is not very, it's aged poorly. If I can enjoy Unreal and Quake more than I can enjoy Half-Life, and those games came out earlier, then that might indicate the quality of your game over time. So, but that, I digress. So, but also, just more importantly though, like obviously Valve, you know, created the Steam platform, and I actually do really like Steam. Yes, it has its faults. I'm not saying it's a perfect website, but just honestly, just how intuitive, Steam is, to me at least, really does indicate that they know what the fuck they're doing. So, granted, I know it started off not very good, but unlike Epic Games' store, they didn't drag their fucking feet on fixing Steam to what it is now. So, yeah. Though it does suck that Valve in general has just become complacent when it comes to making games. Like, dude, even I would buy a Half-Life 3 or a Left 4 Dead 3 or a Team Fortress 3 or a Portal 3. God damn it, give us a third game in a... Oh, wait, never mind, that's CSGO. Yeah, no. CSGO is the only franchise that Counter-Strike has that has 3, or that Valve has that has 3 games in it. So, yeah. But, I don't know. Valve, I respect. Whatever. Overall, I respect Valve, but I don't love all their stuff. So, that's how I feel. Though, we always have to pray to that Lord Gaben. So, there you go. Alright, Warner Brothers. C tier. They make whatever games. Though, Scribblenauts was fun. Yeah, they own Scribblenauts. And they own Monolith. So, Fear and Middle-earth Shadow games. Those are good. Don't really care for the Arkham games all that much. And every other game that I can think of that they own, such as like the Mortal Kombat games, I don't really care for. So, alright, Way Forward. The Shantae creators. You might think I would put them in S tier, but honestly, I would probably put them in a B tier, specifically because Shantae is their bread and butter, and that is what they are known for, but they actually have a lot of different other franchises. Because, yeah, they're kind of like an indie studio, right? Though they did actually have backing from Capcom for their first Shantae game, funny enough. But yeah, no, they have like a bunch of games. Oh, they actually, okay, they did help with Bloodstained Ritual of the Night though. So that's pretty good. And they have worked on like a bunch of licensed stuff, which, and even like, oh, Blood Rain. Okay, that's interesting. Oh yeah, and then the Mighty Switch Force. Their stuff looks innocent enough, so at the end of the day, it's like, it is what it is. God, they worked on a lot of Blood Rain stuff. Oh my god. Oh yeah, they also worked on that freaking Silent Hill Book of Memories game. That's funny. And yeah, they've been around since the early 90s. Which is interesting. Yeah, they've been around for a long time. It's just Shantae just so happened to be their big breakout game. So, which I do respect. Last but not least, we're ending on a positive note. Westwood Studios. Honestly, I would put them high A, maybe even S tier. Rest in peace, though, because like they no longer exist. But they were the ones who made the older Command and Conquer games, basically everything pre-Generals. So the first Command and Conquer, Red Alert 1, Red Alert 2, and Tiberium's Sun, right? Yes, Tiberium's Sun. Those games are awesome. Command and Conquer, and they also worked on Dune 2 and Dune 2000, which were basically just reskins of each other. But yeah, no, those games are awesome. Like Command and Conquer being, some of the earlier RTS games. Not the first, but amongst some of the first. It's a franchise I respect, or I've been respecting a lot recently, and it's so fun to play. Even the remasters are good. Highly recommend you guys check them out. What was that motion? So yeah, no, honestly though, Westwood Studios was able to make some really good stuff. Now granted, I know they technically still existed kind of throughout the mid to late 2000s, and a lot of those same staff eventually worked on the other Command and Conquer games, as well as the Battle of Middle-earth series, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, no, I do respect the people who worked on those games, so especially as someone who is a pretty big RTS fan. So, but yeah, no, that is it. We got yet another tier list done. Oh my god, and thankfully it didn't take as long as last time, so that's also pretty good. But Yeah, I know this one wasn't really as structured as some of the other tier lists that we've done. I do apologize for that. It's just because I will have to admit this was kind of a picky thing for me to do because of my quote for my personal quota for each month of just having at least one of these done. So, but I was at least still able to talk to you guys about just how I personally feel about these different companies and these different studios. Because at the end of the day, again, like, the thing is that you have to respect the talents that have been put into the games themselves. And I think this was definitely a good idea to just showcase exactly what your studio should be represent, like what they should represent and what they shouldn't represent. And at least in that sort of aspect, that is commendable. So now I know there's tons of disagreement, especially with like at least five of these different things. But at the end of the day, it's like, it's just my opinion. But you may feel differently about certain studios than me and vice versa. But what really matters is we live to tell the tale. I was literally looking at Telltale just thinking about that. God damn it. Anyways, that's going to be it for tonight. I hope you guys at least did enjoy this tier list. If you were able to finish it near the very end, you are a legend. If you have, let me know down in like this stream thing or go to the Discord or whatever. And yeah, no. If you did enjoy this type of content, feel free to hit that follow button down below and turn the bell icon so that you'll be notified exactly when I'll be streaming next time. While you guys are out, check out the links below, specifically our Discord and the SoundCloud. And if you haven't already, you can also hit that subscribe button. If you can't do that, that's fine. I'm just glad you took time to watch this. If you want an incentive to subscribe, though, you get to choose an open world game for me to play. We can reach 5 subscribers. Yay. So make sure to do that, and make sure to share the stream around and continue to be awesome people. So now, before I move on, though, for those who are wondering, oh, when's the Disney Channel tier list? Why didn't you do that? Well, there's some schedule rushing that I had to do, so unfortunately, that might be delayed a little bit, but I will make sure that we get that done by next month so that we can get in touch with some of the other tier lists that we need to get done. So yeah, that'll be pretty awesome when we do that. But until then, I hope you guys at least enjoyed this, and I'll see you guys later. Goodbye.